Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound. And I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, and everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can y'all tell I'm getting a little stronger? I'm getting a little stronger every day, man. A little stronger every day. Oh man. Let us do the business first with Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Go over and check him out at 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man. You're gonna see music. You're gonna see skits. You're gonna see stories about him, man, and some of his people, man, that was in that's doing time down here, up here in California. in the penal system, man. He regularly interviews not only himself but other cats that have been through the penal system, man. But shout out to Brother Eric, man. Donate this song for us. Shout out to him, man. Go check him out if you haven't already. Subscribe to 16 to Life, the YouTube page. Go on over there and subscribe to my brother, Brother Eric. Good brother, man. Good dude, good dude, good dude. All right, man. That's Brother Eric. I'm gonna bring him down. Let's see who's in the building. Y'all know how we do, man. We check everybody in who wants to be checked in. Let's check everybody in who's in the building. Let's shout out to Von Bryant. Von Bryant is in the building, man. Shout out to Von Bryant. Glad to have you in the building, my brother, man. Von Bryant, man, if you raising money, this is the catch you want to raise money with you, man, because Vaughn is not going to tell you that it's going to be easy. Vaughn is just going to say, I'll be there with you. Clarence, let's raise this money for Vaughn, man. None of these people don't know us. Vaughn ain't going to give us no money. I'll be there with you, Clarence. I'll be there with you for the nose and the slam doors. I'll be there with you. Shout out to Vaughn, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. What about Sister Annie? Sister Annie's in the building, man. It's another hard working sister, man. Another sister, man. And man, without this sister, man, we would have gave out the wrong backpacks, man. Shout out to Sister Annie, man. Glad to have you in the building. This is a very valuable worker and helper of mine, man, to help me do the stuff that I do around here, man. A lot of stuff behind the scenes y'all don't see yet. Y'all will, but y'all ain't seen it yet. We're working behind the scenes, man, to give y'all an experience that when you come here, I mean, I know a lot of places you go just for entertainment, just to hear what's popping. But when you come here, we want you to be able to put your hands on, do something, man. You know what I'm saying? Do something. And if you give us some money, we're going to tell you where it's going and what it's going to do, man. You know what I'm saying? So, but we trying to do a lot of different things behind the scenes. But shout out to Sister Annie, man, very important, as well as Vaughn on the backstage, man. Oh man, shout out to Sister Inya. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Yeah, man, we missed you, man. When you were gone for a while, but we missed you. Glad to have you back, man. Check in. You know what I mean? Who else is in the building? Okay, that's everybody that's that's checking in. Well, everybody else will check in later, man. They probably driving or doing whatever, right? All right, so what are we talking about today, y'all? What are we talking about today? Well, Rico called me and cussed me out. What you talking about? What you talking about today? I said, sovereign citizens, right? He said, oh man, that's crazy, man. You can have that. He said, you can have that, man. I said, man, come on, man. He said, man, you can have that, man. He said, man, them sovereign citizens is crazy. I said, I know, man, but I was watching a young man last night, or this morning, excuse me. I was watching a young man this morning trying to use the sovereign citizen defense, man, and it was a no-go, man. It was a no-go, man. The dude was, and typically what happens, oh yeah, that's right. Dang, I forgot. You know what? I forgot, Vaughn. Hold on. Let me do it real quick. Man. I forgot everybody today. Shoot. See, man, sometimes I get to talking to Rico and I forget, man. I be thinking I already did it. I already took care of business, man. But and then I get caught up doing trying to loose ends for the show. And I get caught up. Yeah, man, but so I saw this young man and I thought it was pretty interesting the way they try to the sovereign citizens try to maneuver the law. They try to maneuver in the law, right? And so I said, man, this is crazy, how they do this. And it just seemed kind of crazy to me, right? And so I said, man, okay. Let me take a deeper look at it. So I'm watching this young man, and man, he is just getting destroyed. He's getting destroyed. So we're gonna take a look at sovereign citizens and what makes them think they got the right to be able to do some of the things that they attempt to do, but it never seems to work for them, or doesn't seem to work for them. I have not found one instance somebody was a sovereign citizen and it worked. I have not found one instance where maybe one of you guys can, if you are a sovereign citizen and you want to discuss it, you want to tell me, hey, no, sovereign citizenship, hey, this is what I enjoy being a sovereign citizen. These are the rights I enjoy outside of the rights that you have as an American citizen already. These are the rights I enjoy. Oh, okay. All right, well, come on in. Come on, break it down to me. Let me see it. Uh, so then you say, I think people should really learn law, though. Yeah, you should. You should. So we should all know law. That's the reason why most of us get caught up because we don't know the law, right? We all, we think we know the law, but we don't really know the law. We don't really know the law. Turn my heater back on, y'all. It's kind of cool out here. Let's see. Yeah, Sister Andy said, I think people should really learn the law. Let me turn it back on. I think people should really learn the law. Not exactly sovereign citizen, but there are ways around certain laws. Well, I mean, this is one that they really. There are a lot of them. You know what? I. This is where we are on the same page, Sister Andy. I'm with knowing the law because if you don't know your rights, then these people can take advantage of you, right? You got certain rights that you should know. And if you don't know, they banking on the fact that you don't know that you got these rights. They can turn infraction into a misdemeanor or a felony situation, right? Because they can, mishandle you based on the lack of knowledge of your rights, right? So we're gonna go over a little bit of your rights, right? I'm always going over your Miranda rights, right? And the biggest one that most people, mostly us, but everybody else does the same too. A lot of them do it too. Is when they say you have the right to remain silent. Most of us think we so slick we can talk our way out of it, right? We're gonna talk our way. I'll be back in bed by 7 o'clock, right? I'll be sitting on the couch at 7 o'clock. No. Oh, okay. Send it to me again, Stanley, because I don't remember, man, because I'm doing so many. I mean, man, when I tell you I'm doing so many different things, Sister Annie will tell you I'm doing so many different things. So if you please would send it to me again, I will check it out. Definitely get more information about it. But um, yeah, sovereign citizenship, does it work? I'm not saying you shouldn't be a sovereign citizen or you should. What I'm saying is it effective in court? That's all I'm asking. Is it effective in court? Cause see, I don't want to put nobody down. I'm not here to put nobody down and say, are you stupid for doing this? You stupid for doing that. I'm not. All I'm here to look at is once I saw the brother trying to do this, and I said, man, some of our people are actually going for this. I don't know if you guys remember back maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, there was a brother named Polite. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Polite, but the brother Polite was he was running around all over the country selling packages on how people could uh, turn themselves into or acknowledge to the government that they are sovereign citizens or whatever, right? I don't know, however it was packaged, right? Sister Nyla says 101 says no, it's not effective in court. Yeah, I haven't seen it be effective in court, not one time. But we're gonna take a look at it, man. We're gonna take a look at it. We all know poor light. Yeah, well, Polite was running around. He made a bunch of money selling this stuff to, including, and not only to, but including at the time young Pharaoh, right? And young Pharaoh got himself in all kinds of trouble, all kinds of legal trouble, dealing with trying to do the sovereign citizenship stuff, man. Oh man, the man got himself in all kind of different trouble, man. All kind of different trouble, man. That's probably where it started, where he had, unfortunately, his unraveling. Um, but oh my God, man. And so he been mad at Polite ever since. But a lot of people, fortunately for them, they say allegedly that Polite didn't even send them their information, so they didn't even have a chance to pursue this course of action, right? So maybe that worked out for them. But we're gonna take a look today add to sovereign citizenship, and should you do it? I don't think you should. I don't think you should at all, as far as trying to defend yourself in court by saying, okay, because most of what these sovereign citizens do is they will say, I'm gonna defend myself. They're gonna go pro se, right? I'll defend myself in court. I don't need a lawyer because I know more than the lawyer does, right? I know more than the lawyer. I know more than the judge. We're gonna take a look at all that today, right? So first of all, where do these people come from, man? What they just fall out the sky? Let's take a look, man. Let's take a look. Let's see if we can find out what's going on with these sovereign citizens, man. Let's see what we can do, y'all. Let's see what we can do. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's see if we can get some information about the sovereign citizens, man. You guys see that? Okay, let's do that. Let me flip flop that. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's take a look, man. Let's read a little bit. The sovereign citizen movement, also known as soft sit movement, is a loose loose grouping of litigants, activists, tax protesters, financial scheme promoters. Ooh, that sounds like polite, huh? And conspiracy theorists who claim to be answerable only to their particular interpretations of the common law, and believe that they are therefore not subject to any government statutes or proceedings unless they consent to them. So we got to get their permission. The movement, which appeared in the early 70s, is an American in origin and exists primarily in the United States, though it has expanded to other countries, notably the Freemen on the Land movement, an offshoot of the sovereign citizen movement, with similar doctrines emerging in the 2000s in Canada before spreading to the other Commonwealth countries. However, sovereign citizens, as such, have also appeared in these countries and others in the United States. The Federal Bureau of Investigation describes sovereign citizens as anti-government extremists who believe that even though they physically reside in this country, they are separate or sovereign from the United States. Okay, so basically, sovereign citizens feel like, shout out to Von Eric, by the way. Uh, Basically, sovereign citizens don't believe that they are under the jurisdiction of the United States government. That's, I mean, basically, if you, I sent the wrong link, Vaughn. Oh man, damn. Let me send another one. Let me send another one. Let me send another one. You know, I got to take care of Vaughn, man. Vaughn is one of those people, man. Where you don't send the right thing, man. I'm gonna be in trouble. Can't be in trouble, Vaughn. All right, there we go. That should be what I should have been sending. Probably sent the wrong one to everybody else too. So okay, let me see. Bam, bam. Okay, now maybe that took care of that. All right. So okay, Sister Inya says when you do the research, it's effective in court and it's public records. I think learning these things can help our people, especially those on child support. Yeah. I see. I understand the law. I understand that. See, I understand everybody learning the law. I don't care what your religion is or whatever. Learn the law. Learn the law. That way you'll be able to navigate better, right? But these people will say that they are um, outside of the law. I think that's where one of the places where they're having a problem. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to do this is up to you. But I just haven't seen it work in court. So that's the only thing. For example, especially in a criminal case, I have never seen this work in a criminal case. But I see a lot of guys try it, but I never seen it work in a criminal case. But anyway, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that, Sister Eddie. Von Bryan says most of these cases are thrown out as frivolous. No, you know what? They just convicted. They just get convicted for it. They end up. What end up happening is they start out with the whole, you got to prove that you got jurisdiction. They start out with all that, right? But in the end, they end up pleading out to whatever, taking a deal. They end up most of them end up taking a deal on the table. Let's see, who said Vaughn Eric said blessings. Got you, Vaughn. So then he said, what about the Moors? I know, but I've never seen them in court. Most Moors I've seen are law abiding citizens. They don't They don't break the law typically, right? The most of the Moors I seen, right? You guys could go in my catalog. I was down the street where the Moors was out here. They had a food drive every Saturday, right? They would give food away in the morning, then they get another reload and give away more food in the afternoon, right? Most Moors law-abiding citizens. Most Moors are just, you know what I'm saying, they just trying to live their lives, help themselves, help their people, man, educate their people, right? I think for the most part, most of the Moors understand that it's not about what you say, it's about what you can enforce. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to be able to tell somebody to get off your grass. It's another uh uh it's another thing to be able to tell somebody to get off your grass and be able to get them off your grass, right? Force them off, right? What's going on, Vaughn?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Hey. What's happening with you, man?
Hey, nothing much, man. I just wanted a very interesting topic today, by the way.
Yeah.
So I want you to finish your reading and then maybe we can get into it. I tried to do a little research and, come up with some points to add to the conversation.
Well, come on with it, man, because I'm just gonna put this down to the side because I got a couple of videos we're gonna watch.
Yeah, no. Go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
do what you do.
all right, y'all. We're gonna watch. Let's see. We're gonna watch. Which one we're gonna watch? Oh, we're gonna watch this because this is a good video to kind of get us started. Where the guy kind of breaks down what sovereign citizen is, what it saying, and what the whole point is of being a sovereign citizen and why they try to use it in the courtroom. So let's take a look and see. No.
Of the police cruiser behind you couldn't possibly be for you. However, as you continue driving, the police car behind you picks up speed and settles in very close to your rear bumper. Yep, you're being pulled over. You safely pull your car to the side of the road, keeping both of your hands on the wheel just like everyone says you should do, and anxiously await for the officer to approach your window. As the officer approaches, you instinctively roll your window down in order to engage in dialogue with the police officer. After a brief introduction, he informs you that your right brake light is out. He then collects your license and registration before making his way back to his cruiser to run your information. After a couple of minutes, the officer returns, gives you back your identification card and registration. He tells you to get your brake light fixed as soon as possible and also makes a comment to slow down a bit as he clocked you going a little over the speed limit. Relieved that this run-in with law enforcement seems to have concluded with very little drama, you thank the officer and drive off. This little scenario is a somewhat typical example of the type of interaction you might expect if you get pulled over, although mileage may vary. And while we've all seen what happens when power-hungry or racist police officers pull individuals over due to profiling or false pretenses and the damage and violence that can cause, it's safe to say that many typical police stops occur without incident.
What's the number one reason you're not buying $1 million, $5 million, or $25 million properties? Let me guess. It's all about the money, right? In this video, I'm going to reveal the key to creating an endless...
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Bluehost has step-by-step WordPress onboarding to make...
But then, you have stops like this.
I've been kidnapped. Look, I have been kidnapped. Look, you're recording this. I've been kidnapped. I haven't done anything wrong. Get out of the car. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm being beaten. I got him. Oh, he's beating me. Oh. Stop resisting. Oh, I haven't resisted nothing.
Step out of the car or I'm taking you out of the car.
You're taking me out of the car for what? Your tickets are signed. I haven't gotten my copy yet.
Step out of the car.
No, I don't even feel safe around you. Nope.
Step out of the car.
Nope. You really did it.
Okay, I'm not resisting. I just want you to know you guys are falsely imprisoning me. Get out! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
These bundles of joy are sovereign citizens, and in this video, we'll be breaking down what sovereign citizens believe, analyzing their actions in public, mainly their interactions with law enforcement, and gauging their threat level as it pertains to public safety, as well as seeing a large-scale real-life example of what happens when a sovereign citizen defends themselves in a courtroom. This is the wild world of sovereign citizens.
Happening pursuant to the Articles of Confederation. You can look it up. It's in the United States Book of Codes. It is your laws you have to follow.
I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not breaking any laws. Open the door. Man.
All right, Vaughn. What do you think so far? What do you think so far?
Wow, man, listen. this is definitely bizarre. You know what I'm saying? It's you're creating a problem for yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you should be able to abide by the laws of the land, as long as they are not infringing upon your rights and all of these different things. But yeah, man, this is crazy, man. I really wasn't aware of these sovereign citizens until you brought this topic up. But I'm aware of them, but I didn't know that that's what they were called. You know what I'm saying? So this is a very interesting topic because you have a whole group of people who just feel like they are above the laws and the statutes of this country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I mean, how do you how do you come to that type of opinion?
Even if you feel that way, nothing. The only thing that matters is what you can enforce. If you can't enforce that, then you have to submit. It depends on what
crazy, man.
It depends on what your goal is, right? Like Sister Enya says, so it's easier just to comply, basically. I mean, depends on what your goal is. If you want to go to jail, go to jail. You got a point to prove by going to jail, go to jail. If you're trying to get this milk, get this milk home to the baby, then
right.
It depends on what your goal is. I mean,
Wow.
Everybody has a right, and I'm not putting down sovereign citizenship. Excuse me, because it may have some benefits that I don't know about. But as far as using it to protect yourself, or in the legal circle, I think that I don't think that unless you can enforce it, right?
Well, from what I understand, Brother Clarence, from a little tiny bit of research that I've done, these sovereign citizens, they renounce their U.S. citizenship, driver's license, marriage license, voter registration, birth certificate,
We're gonna get
and,
into
and,
that.
and anything else that has to do with whatever a contract is with the federal government.
Correct.
And from what I understand, nearly all of these cases are dismissed as frivolous. But man, it's just kind of crazy that you would, take on such a idea.
But see, look, it's like people like Polite can go around and sell the idea that, hey, you can be above the government. You can break laws. See, because like a lot of these cases, well, all of the cases I'm talking about are criminal. I don't know how they would fare in civil cases and stuff like that. I don't know yet, but I know the criminal side. I'm saying to our people, the criminal side, we should stay away from that. We should stay away from the sovereign citizenship defense whole defense on the criminal side, because on the criminal side they just get clobbered. They just get destroyed. You know what I mean? And it's really it's like when America, when the 13 colonies here decided they were going to leave, they weren't going to follow British law anymore. Well, you can say all you want, we're not following your law anymore, but it's what you can enforce, right? So they told the British, hey, we're not following your laws anymore. The British said, no problem. We're going to send some representatives over there to come and holler at you.
Wow. That's
and
interesting.
So the Americans had to get money, get guns, get weapons, and you can't go to your oppressor and say, hey, I need more weapons, I need more ammo, right? So they had to go to the French, they had to go to the Spanish, they had to go to other people to get weapons to fight the British, right? To get the stuff that they need to fight the British. But once they stood up to them and pushed them away, now they can enforce that the fact that they was a sovereign nation, right? It's all about what you can enforce.
Wow.
And so if you walk in there saying, hey, look, I'm above these laws. Okay, you can say whatever you want. I saw one today where dude was like, they said, hey, are you Von Bryant? I'm not Von Bryant. I'm representing Von Bryant.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we need Von Bryant in the court.
Yeah, because the government name is thrown out at this point, right?
Right. So he says, hey, I'm representing Von Bryant. The brother said Von Bryant is a name that the government is taking made an account out of, and I'm not that person. I'm a living human being.
Right.
So I am not that name.
Yeah.
And then he said, and then well, not him, but I saw another one. The white boy did the same thing.
Yeah.
But the white boy said, hey, he said, I was given that name without my consent. That's not my name. I was given that name without my consent.
Come on, we were all given these names without our
right.
consent.
So they was like, okay.
And if we were to be honest, some of us want to change these names that we have.
And you got the legal right to do it, right?
You know what I'm saying?
You got the
but you know what I found interesting, Brother Clarence, is that, in my little smidget of research on this topic, I had come to find out, and I'm not, this through different resources or whatever, that this group of people, kind of really formed in the early 1960s as a white supremacist Christian group.
Right.
And they were called the Posse, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but Posse Comitatus.
Okay.
And that was the name that they went by.
Oh, okay.
But it's interesting that from then to now,
you're right, Juan. You're right.
Possibly it could have been morphed into something else, and is still morphing. So because I mean the crazy gets crazier, man, when you really go and look deep into this. And look at some of the footage of these individuals. The crazy, the crazy gets crazier.
We're gonna look at some. But see, here's the thing, though, Vaughn. It's like I said, brother. It's all what you can afford. If you could say all of these different things, but you can't enforce it, what good is it? It's like we got the 13th Amendment, right? But if we can't enforce it, guess what? We still out there on them plantations, right? Where there's nobody that's gonna come and enforce it. You know what I mean? So we have to be willing, be ready to enforce whatever it is, whatever doctrine we're gonna push. If you sitting in somebody else's house. If I go in your house, Vaughn, and I say, hey, Vaughn, in my house, I don't have bathrooms, so we just use it. We go to the toilet wherever we at in the house, right? And you say, no, that's not how we do it in my house. We have a place for you to go do that. Right? I can't say, what am I gonna say? I'm a sovereign citizen, right? you can't, you know what I'm saying? But hey, guess what? You're gonna throw me out of there just like Uncle Phil threw Jazzy Jeff out of the house, right? He's just gonna throw me right out, right?
On numerous occasions, right?
Right? Because man, you got see, it's all what you can enforce, man. You can say this stuff, but you can't enforce it. But let me get back to let me get to the chat real quick, man. Sister Annie says, are they trying to use like diplomatic community? Kinda, Sister Annie, kind of like diplomatic community. That's basically what they're trying to use, except for they're not from another country. They're saying I'm sovereign here. In other words, pretty much like the Native American. Like,
wait a minute, what did she call it, Brother Clarence?
Diplomatic community.
Oh, okay. So how does that work?
Well, if you are from another country, let's say you come from another country and you run the speed light, you run the light, right? You can say, hey, I'm not from here. I didn't know the laws here. They can respect that, or some other situation.
And they will respect it because you're a
will
foreigner, or
yes,
you're not from
more favorable for you. right?
But everyone else, we're told that ignorance of the law is not an
There's no
excuse,
excuse, right?
right?
No
So,
excuse.
so I don't know
Hey,
how that works, but maybe it does. Maybe some people do get away with that.
oh man, I was you know what? I'm tell you, there's another story. It's a story time, y'all gathered up. So I was working down here in up here in not Beverly Hills, but Bel Air Heights or something like that, way up here in the mountains up here in LA, man, right off of Mulholland Drive, right? A lot of actors, a lot of directors, a lot of
In the rich folk area,
yeah,
right?
rich. I'm talking about
What
crazy
you
rich
doing
people.
over there, Brother Clarence?
So, I'm checking equipment over there, right? I got
Oh,
to,
wow.
they give me a little route, and I got to go out and check all these equipment. So I was checking equipment, and so I was at this one place, man, and it, it's about a mile down, right? It's in a guard gated community, right? I think Prince was up in there, and Eddie Murphy, and a bunch of different people up in there, right? But so it's a guard gate community. So this particular place, even though it's a guard gate community, they got a gate still at the front of the property, right? So I had to ring the bell, right? So what happens is the maid has to let you in and then you got to drive all the way down there, and it's a big huge property, right, sitting off a canyon, right? Yeah, that's what the Benedict Canyon, one of them. Anyway, so uh that's how it usually went. And so I'm ringing the bell. And I couldn't get in there, man. I was like, okay, well, I can't get in there. Can't get in there, right? So when I got back to my office, I was telling one of my coworkers, I said, yeah, man, I usually can get into this spot, man, but I don't know what happened to them, because I didn't want them to say, well, I called and asked somebody to come out and they didn't come out. So I was telling them, hey, I tried, I rang, everything. What happened was it's a prince, oil prince son, right? Renting this property for, I think it was like $60,000 a month. Renting.
Wow. I can't even fathom that, but okay. I'm
$60,000
trying
a
to,
month.
I'm trying to in my mind, but I just, how much money do I have in order for me to pay rent for, $60,000 a month?
$60,000
A month.
It's nothing for them. Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. He was one of these oil baron's son. Nothing. Right? He was
Wow.
here to try to see if he could get into school or something like that. Anyway, he was here and he was paying. And so what happened is one of the maids turned up unalive. Right? One of the maids turned up unalive. It's not funny, but one of the maids turned up unalive. And so this dude, they closed down the place and they moved him someplace else because he had diplomatic immunity. They didn't, like, it wasn't on the news or anything.
He wasn't a suspect or anything.
Well, he was a suspect. He was the suspect. He was the suspect, but they was handling him with, soft hands.
Wow.
Like you or me, man, they would have thrown us in the jail. We would have slid on our face in the jail, right?
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely.
But this dude, because he had diplomatic immunity, they were working it out. And then I think, unfortunately, the dude just left the country and they were never able to deal with it. But yeah, that's what happened, because my boss was saying, yeah, he got a special note about it that not to go to but they didn't give it to me in time before I left. So not to even go to the property. But yeah, that's what happened, because that diplomatic immunity is tough, man. They could get out of a lot of stuff with that.
Wow.
And he got out of that murk with that, right? Because normally
See,
they would
listen,
scoop you up and put you
learning,
away, right?
I'm learning stuff already, man. We're not even halfway into the show.
Right.
And
They
yeah,
scoop,
man, this
they
is
scoop,
interesting, man.
one of us, they would have scooped up right away. Boom, right? But this dude, $60,000 a month. I think he had him on a $1 million or $2 million bill. He made that bill like the same day or something like that.
Well, I mean, come on, man. If you can afford to pay $60,000 a month, I mean, that $1 million bill should just be like a pinch. You know what I'm saying?
Let me hit Sister Eddie. Sister Eddie says, correct me if I'm wrong, but does some of the brothers from the nation practice sovereign citizenship? Not that I'm aware of. When it comes to they may, I don't know, but when it comes to criminal proceedings, I very highly doubt that. I have never heard anybody in the nation doing something like this, using a sovereign citizen defense and not getting a lawyer and everything. Nah, because we got many lawyers in the nation, so I don't see why anybody would go without a lawyer into a U.S. courtroom. But hey, you know, sometimes they do, and you know, it just depends on what we were told, you know, what we were taught, right? Shout out to Big Rick Slaps, by the way. Glad to have you in the building. And we got our resident sniper on the top of the building, reaching in with the hat turned backwards, man. Don't play no games. Don't play no games, man. You'll find yourself in limbo. You lucky, Reese. I didn't have time today to get that email. I'm going to get it. I keep threatening you. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get that email. Okay. I can get that email, Mom, but the person was, I mean, they described Risa down to a T, boy. I had a problem with this person, and this person had a problem with me, and all of a sudden I was just gone. Shout out to Risa, man. Got to have an enforcer in the house.
She don't play in the chat.
She don't play,
all,
man.
You know?
And I tried to warn Scam like I tried to warn him.
So, ladies and gentlemen, listen, get your tones together in the chat because you know, you may not survive.
I tried to warn him, man, but hey, you know, and life goes on, man.
And I thought I was bad, but man, shoot, man.
Nah, man, nah. I just say, hey, like I said, man, Risa would work on him, man. And I just be like, oh, okay, I'll listen to him cry, and then I'll be like, okay, I'll bring you back. But they always have a better attitude when they come back, right?
Hey, straighten up and fly right.
Straighten up and fly right. What does Eddie say?
Right.
Tighten up, buddy. Tighten up, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. But we need people like that. We need people like that.
You got to have somebody like that
because you never know what you get in
all these
spaces.
smiling faces, man. We got to have somebody who's got a smiling face, but at the same time,
that's
got
it.
That click.
Yeah, man.
All right, Bon. Let's see. I think this officer. Okay, I see. So let me see what this situation here with this. I believe this man does not want to produce identification, right? That's one of their main problems in this movement, right? Is they don't feel like they need to identify themselves.
Now, listen, let me ask you a quick question.
Okay.
You know, as far as the identification is concerned.
Okay.
You know, because I remember a while back where people were saying, well, it was shown that, you know, you don't have to roll your window down, number one.
Okay.
And you can also show your ID through the window, like
Correct.
hold it up if they want to see it.
Correct.
Now, I don't know how much weight it is to that, but I'm just saying, have you heard that before, Brother Clarence?
Yeah.
You know, not that I would do it, but I'm just saying, you know, people refuse to roll the window down, and if they want to see their ID, they just put it up to the window.
Yeah, I thought that was back in
is that the sovereign citizen type of move or
no. They don't even show their ID, Vaughn, because they said they feel like they don't have to have it.
Exactly. Yeah.
They feel like, hey, I don't have to identify myself. But what they don't realize is the issue that they bring of safety to the public, right? They don't shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox, by the way. If you haven't already subscribed to the Intellectual Soapbox, get on over there and subscribe to the Intellectual Soapbox. What they don't understand is that they pose a serious threat to the public safety, right? Because if we can't identify who you are, then we don't know if you just murk somebody or you just ARP somebody, or we don't know what's going on, right?
Wow.
But these guys will say, well, I don't have to have an ID. And so this is the one that's gonna get you, Vaughn. This is the one that's gonna get you all of y'all, right? They will say, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Right
now, see, listen, come on. All right,
no,
let's look at it, Brother Clarence.
We're gonna get into it, man. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there because they're gonna say, hey, you can't pull me over because I'm traveling. I'm not driving. but you don't have no plates. Yeah, but I'm traveling. I don't have to have plates. I'm traveling. And so one of those watching the cops said, well, what if you get in an accident? what happens then? Right? He wouldn't answer that question, right? All right, Bon. So we're gonna watch this one. I think this is the one where they're gonna bust his window out because he will not give them the identification. So I don't know how.
I think I've seen a couple of situations like this, but go ahead. Let's look at it.
Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Don't do it, man. It's not even my truck. I know. Well, then open the door. Man, this is absurd. I can't believe you would do this. I've complied as much as I need to. Stand back. No.
A lot of people don't know this, but if you have the YouTube app on your phone, you could be using it to make up to.
There's one reason that some speakers make $1,000 per speaking gig, others make 5,000, others make 10, others make 50.
Shit.
So, a good place to start is to define what a sovereign citizen is. In short, someone who classifies themselves as a sovereign citizen believes that the government, typically the United States government, is illegitimate. They believe that the government does not have the power to create laws that dictate what individuals can and cannot do. In some cases, they follow their own interpretation of existing laws, dismissing laws and regulation that they deem inappropriate or unjust. Many publications deem them as anti-government extremists. The FBI took that classification a step further and has actually deemed them domestic terrorists. There are certainly nuances to the sovereign citizen belief system, and how they behave may vary from person to person and individual to individual. But in order to see how their thinking patterns play out in the real world, we're going to take a look at some footage of sovereign citizens interacting with law enforcement. Now, it's certainly possible that you've seen some of the videos of these individuals before. And if you have seen multiple of these videos, you might notice a pattern emerge regarding how a sovereign citizen reacts to being confronted by a police officer. We'll look at a typical example and break down his actions.
What's up? Hello.
So, right off the bat, some things I'll point out here. Number 1, the sovereign citizen, aka the guy in the car, is filming himself. Now, based on the interaction to follow, you might think, well, wouldn't filming yourself just provide more evidence that you were not cooperative when approached by law enforcement, making your life that much more difficult when you inevitably get arrested and charged, as well as providing fodder for millions of people to mock you online? Yes, of course it would. However, quite a few sovereign citizens will film themselves being uncooperative with law enforcement, in the true belief that their video is proof that they are in the right, that their interpretation of the law is the accurate one, and that the police officer is the one violating their rights. The second thing I want you to take note of is this. You'll notice that he only has his window rolled down a few inches in order to speak to the officer. This is such a hallmark of sovereign citizens getting pulled over, they might as well trademark it. The argument they make is that they are not legally obligated to roll their window down all the way, and that being asked to do so is a violation of their rights. Therefore, they only roll down the window just enough to have a two-way conversation with the officer outside the vehicle.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Great. How are you?
Good.
We're being recorded, just for you know.
Oh, you're being recorded as well.
Okay. I am put on the e-rake.
So the reason I'm stopping you is because you don't have a license plate, and I don't see a temp tag.
Can I know why I need one?
Why it's required
By whom?
by the state of Oregon.
Well, can you tell me who the state of Oregon is?
I don't know how to answer that question.
I mean, I do have the right. I do have the right to use the highways and byways, right?
You do? Do you have a valid license?
Shout out to Jill. Shout out to Jill Peel. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Come on here and learn how to not use sovereign citizenship. Maybe it works in the civil court. Maybe it works in the civil court. Maybe it works in business. But in criminal court, do not use this defense, man. This is not something that you are going to win using this defense. Excuse me. All right, y'all. Vaughn, I wanted to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Have you noticed so far that he is like creating this issue for himself, right? All right, most people would just
it definitely looks like it's just going to morph into something terrible. But
oh man, dude. And all he had to do was just show his license, right, and say and take the ticket. Oh, thank you for the ticket, officer. And roll on, right? Right. I mean, but to sit here and argue with them Now, this is why I always, when I look at stuff like this, I always think, man, who's getting paid? This person getting paid to argue with me, but I ain't getting paid to argue with them, right? You right, Miller 101.
Yeah.
It is not going to end good for him. It's not going to end good.
Listen, really, it seems like it's not going to end well. But
okay, so they asked him if he has a license, right? He's asking them why are they asking him if he has a license, right? They're trying to identify him, see if he's involved in a criminal behavior or whatever. They're just trying to identify him. Really, she's trying to identify him so she can give him a ticket. She can't even give him a ticket because he won't identify himself, right? Yikes. Okay. Let's move it along, y'all. Let's move it along.
License to do what?
To drive.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm not driving.
You are driving. I saw you driving.
No, I'm traveling. I'm not engaged in anything.
I'm not driving, I'm traveling. I don't know, man. This is not going to work. You know what I'm saying? Only thing that works is what you can enforce. If you can enforce it, push it. I say do it. I would say do this if you could enforce it, but you can't enforce it. They're going to come down to you like a ton of bricks. Just go and show them your license. And for some of us,
make it easier on yourself at least.
There you go,
know what
man.
I'm saying?
If
you know it's a bogus stop, then you just need to, do what you need to do. But this right here,
well, Vaughn, it's not a bogus thing. You don't have no
provoking
plates,
the situation,
right? You riding dirty. We've all been there riding dirty, right?
Yeah, and
they
want to catch you riding
what
dirty.
You gonna say?
They want to catch you riding dirty, right?
Yeah, what you gonna say? Oh, officer, I forgot. I was supposed to. Man, just take the ticket. Okay, here's a ticket. Most of them will let you drive off, right? Or they'll say, wait till I drive off. I don't want to see you drive off, right? Right, whatever. But they just, give you the ticket and roll out, right? But you got this cat right here now. See, this is what, and so why am I bringing this up, y'all? Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because we got cats like Polite and other cats out here teaching people that this is gonna work, and it's not. It's not gonna work. Not in criminal court. If it may work in civil, it may work in other areas where contracts are done, but in criminal court, I have never seen this work in criminal court. But anyway, let's move on. Let's move forward.
Commercial activity.
Another trademark of sovereign citizens
I'm
is
not
their
driving,
love of
I'm traveling.
semantics. They will be as disagreeable as possible, taking every word said literally and contradicting it. Driving? Oh, I'm not driving. I'm traveling. This is meant to give off the appearance of superiority, to make the officer think, oh, I'm not dealing with some average citizen with little to no in-depth knowledge of local laws and regulations. I'm dealing with a guy who knows what he's talking about. Only he doesn't.
I don't understand. You can be driving and not engaging in commercial activity. It could be for personal business.
It's not a business at all.
I understand that.
Okay.
So I'm just telling you why I'm stopping you. Okay?
Oh,
no license plate and no temp permit, right? So that's why I'm stopping you.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you for your license, registration, proof of insurance.
And I'm respectfully decline. I don't know why you would be needing that.
I need to make sure that you can drive on the highway here.
But I'm not driving.
You were driving.
Okay, I don't know about Oregon. That's Oregon.
Listen, man. You know what? I'm over here just busting up, man. I'm not understanding. It's like these are requirements to be on the road. Are you kidding me?
Bro,
you see what I'm saying? You don't even have a visible license plate. How do we know you're even licensed to drive the vehicle?
You might have C4 all in the back of that truck, right? We don't know.
I'm just saying, man.
But here's the thing, Vaughn.
That's crazy.
This is and so they don't know how to. They don't understand that the for the police to let them go, they have to disregard the public safety. They may not be doing nothing illegal. They may not be on their way to commit a crime or anything like that. But just the fact that you won't identify yourself and let them take a look at the vehicle or whatever, now you creating this heightened suspicion. Now they're gonna get more suspicious and they're gonna call more people over and more people over and more people over.
Yeah.
Right. And so what's your goal? Is your goal to get home, or is your goal to spend the night in jail because you wouldn't identify yourself because they're gonna take you down
Can
and
you
book
not
you?
be arrested? Can you right? Can you not be arrested for not showing proper proof of identification?
Well, they're gonna detain you until they can identify you. If they can't, I'm sure they're gonna probably just say, okay, well, we just impound everything. We'll just take everything, take you down. We'll impound your vehicle. We'll take you downtown, and we'll put your fingerprints on the scanner, right? I mean, you can do it the easy way or the hard way, right? It depends on what your goal is,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Excuse me. If you're trying to prove a point, and you're willing to prove.
But Brother Clarence, excuse me, this whole thing and concept about I'm not driving, I'm traveling. It's like where are you from?
Well,
what kind of answer is that? Well, listen, you are traveling, but by which means are you traveling? Oh, I'm traveling in a car. Well, then you must be driving the vehicle,
right?
If that's your method of travel at the moment. Wow. But listen,
hey,
this brother seems very serious about his situation right now. Very serious about it.
Yeah, he's dead serious, man. He's dead serious. Unfortunately, it's gonna go bad for him.
He's pretty serious
because when the other officer gets there, he ain't gonna have as much patience as the girl is. The girl's having a lot of patience with him, but
yeah, I had a feeling that was coming.
Yeah, the guy's coming, and the guy's gonna be like, "Hey, look, man, either you're gonna step out of the vehicle," because now they're like, "Okay." And wouldn't you? I mean, if you was a cop, and here's a guy you pulling over, and he's like, "I'm not gonna give you my license. I'm not gonna give you my registration. I'm not gonna give you proof of insurance. I don't have no tags on this car." You'll be like, "Okay."
So now, Brother Clarence, at this point, do you believe that he is disobeying the law?
Yes.
Okay.
He is disobeying the law, because I don't know about Oregon, but let's say he was in California. California, the vehicle code says you have to have a license. You have to have a license to operate a motor vehicle. Well, I'm traveling.
And not only that, but you have to show proof.
You have to have proof of insurance.
Yeah.
You have to. First of all, you have to have identification. You have to have identification on you if you're outside of your residence, right? You have to have identification on you, right? But that's no big deal if you have because people go out to, right? Well, we've been out to the store and you forgot your wallet, right? We've had that stuff happen, right? So most of the time, officers be like, okay, well, or if, depending on how far away you are from your house, right? It depends. I mean, they can make a judgment call, right? But when you go kick up like this, I don't see the value in it. That's my point. I don't see the value in it. If there was a time where it actually worked and they was able to maneuver away from whatever, a ticket or going to jail or whatever, I would say, hey, maybe it's something you should look into. But it's never worked, Ron. Never, man.
This approach is definitely inappropriate. You know what I'm saying?
Right. One thing I'll give this guy one credit. I'll give him one thing. He's not being hostile. He's just being he's just being pesky, but he's not hostile. He's not being like, he's not doing all of that. He's just, and he's questioning them. And I don't understand why the officer's allowing that, but hey, she's allowing that to happen. And I guess she's learning something too, because she probably first time she ever ran into somebody like this, right? But we're gonna see, man. We're gonna see how it's gonna work out for this young man.
At the time.
Well, like, okay, what leads? I mean, I don't really don't want to be rude or disrespectful. I'm trying to understand why you would need a license to do something I have the right to do.
Well, it's a privilege, right?
Well, no, absolutely. Driving is a privilege. Absolutely. I agree with there. Okay. I agree.
So you don't want to give me that?
Well, I mean, I don't have one because I don't drive.
But you were driving when I saw you.
No, miss,
I don't want to argue about whether or not you were driving, right?
Right. No, I don't either. I want to help as much as I can.
Wow.
How are you sitting behind the wheel of a car and you're not driving?
You know, Brother Clarence, listen, I have a strange feeling that there's a lot of mental illness involved with many of these sovereign citizens. But let's go ahead.
No, a lot of them, Vaughn, you know what? A lot of them
I don't know.
are,
It just seems very off.
you know what? A lot of them are not, I wouldn't say smart, but a lot of them are just tactical, right? They're just tactical people. They just like to do things
There's a
tactically.
certain offness about it, though, wouldn't you say?
I would definitely say that it was,
You know, and I think, listen, I think it's psychological. You know, you have those who are psycho, and then you have those who are logical. So
yeah, well, yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the ones that can lay it down in the, you know, from the top down, I think those are the ones that are really, you know, versed, but then they don't have a place to show. They can argue that this is wrong and that's wrong, but when it really comes down to it, what can you enforce? What can you enforce? If you can't enforce what you're trying to do, then it doesn't matter what you're saying. It doesn't matter. This all this is right and this is wrong. This is right. It's like when they come at us with the with they used to come at me and Rico with the whole child support thing. This is wrong. Who cares if it's wrong? If you can't enforce if you're not going to do anything to put yourself in a position where you can enforce your position, what difference does it make?
Right.
What difference does it make how wrong it is? Right?
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
I mean, I saw, and they say, well, women don't get child support. You know, men. But I saw this woman today, man. She was getting destroyed. Destroyed. She was trying to do everything, crying in front of the judge, everything. Right? She was in jail for arrears. Right? She was in jail. She had to do 45 days for one accruement, and then another 45 days for another accruement. And they were trying to give her 45 more days, right? How many days is that one? That's 135 days, something like that, right? So, I mean, they were trying to just demolish her, but she wouldn't listen. She wouldn't listen. They kept telling her, use your attorney. She wouldn't use an attorney, man. She kept on trying to say, hey, you know, so she kept trying to negotiate. Hey, if you let me out, I could, which I agree. Now, this is the one thing I'd say about child support, and we're gonna get back to sovereign citizens. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense to put somebody in jail. How are they going to pay their arrears when they're in jail? They're just not going to be able to pay it, right? And if
it's kind of like a catch-22, right?
Right, but and if you put them in jail, the arrears just go. They just keep on climbing.
But then that may be a penalty for you going to jail, that you're going to be in the rears.
Yeah, but you're going to be in the rears because where you going to work when you keep getting snatched off the street because you ain't paying your child support because you can't pay it. It gets so high that you can't even pay the minimum payment.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
This lady owed $13,000. $13,000. Bro, how you gonna, man, when you getting jobs like what she was getting, I was working at what was she working at, like a McDonald's or something, some little burger place. You're not gonna be able to pay no $13,000 off and live and have a place to live and no, you're not gonna do that. Imagine if that was a man. They really wouldn't care, but she was trying to do all these different ways to try to make it work. Anyway, my point is, all of y'all, man, none of us don't go into court by yourself, man. Please. If you
use wisdom, definitely.
If you go, you know what I'm saying? If you go into a criminal case, go in with an attorney. Okay, we're gonna watch a little more of this and then we're gonna watch because we got some other videos to watch. All right,
and listen, and give me 2 seconds and I'll be right back, Brother Clarence.
All right.
I want to help as much as I can. Can I get sorry, your name and badge number?
Officer Boniface.
Can you say that slower?
It's pretty long.
Say it slowly.
Bunyavat.
Bunyavat. Okay. C. Bunyavat. Do you have a number? The personnel number?
58425.
58425. Okay. Thank you very much.
Tigard Police Department.
So I'd really like to just be free to travel down the road.
I have to make sure that you have the proper documentation to do so.
Oh,
Right. So
can
that
I-
includes having a valid driver license.
Can I ask what makes you think I'm engaged in commercial activity?
That's not why I'm stopping you, and that's not what
So
I think that's irrelevant to the stop.
I think otherwise.
The commercial activity?
Yeah.
At this point, you're probably beginning to understand a little more of the thought process of people who subscribe to the sovereign citizen way of thinking. It is modus operandi to be as disagreeable as possible and as non-compliant as possible, all while maintaining the appearance of still following the law, no matter how ridiculous it ends up sounding. It would be like me going up to you while you're having lunch and saying, "Hey, what are you eating there?" And you saying, actually, I'm not eating. I'm inserting food into my mouth, masticating, and then swallowing to allow my stomach acids to digest the food. I'm not eating." To which the response would be, "Cool story, bro. Enjoy the sandwich."
So why do you think I'm curious about that? Why are you asking me about that?
Why don't you know the difference? That's what I wonder.
Between what?
My right and a privilege.
I don't understand.
Well, why would you think that I don't have the right to use my property?
So I'm not disputing that, right?
Okay.
I am conducting a traffic stop.
Okay.
I pulled you over because you don't have a license plate or a temporary permit.
Certainly.
Okay. Now I need to make sure that you have the proper documentation to operate a vehicle on a public highway.
And I heard what you said, but I'm confused as far as you keep saying I'm operating a vehicle on the highways.
You were operating a vehicle at the time I stopped you. Okay.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I don't understand what makes you think I'm engaged in commercial activity.
At no point did I say I think you're engaged in commercial activity.
Okay. So why the inquiry?
Why what?
Why the inquiry then?
There's no inquiry into any commercial anything. All I need is your license, registration, proof of insurance. Is there something you don't want to tell me?
No, I'm trying to cooperate. So I got a can of, can I reach for this? This is just a can of artichokes.
Okay.
An empty
I was
can.
just curious what that was.
Empty can of artichokes.
Okay. Can I get your name at least?
I use the name Adams, from time to time. I've been known to use the name Adam.
Okay.
Putting aside how insufferable he is to listen to and how we've played with a more comedic tone up to this point in the video, it's also worthy to note that these people are a community with a network of communication. They share information, experiences, and ideas on how to be as obnoxious as possible. There are scripts that exist that tell sovereign citizens how they should behave when pulled over, how they should respond to certain questions, and what their demeanor should be, and what lingo and jargon they should use. "Can I reach for my can of artichokes" is what you get when you have either forgotten what you're supposed to say, or the script that you studied before getting pulled over didn't cover the current flow of conversation.
Adams, is there a reason you don't want to give me your information?
Do you suspect me of a crime?
No, I'm pulling you over for a traffic stop. That's not a crime, it's a violation.
Okay. I think.
Okay?
I
So
think.
can I please get some identification?
Man, this dude right here.
Otherwise,
Will I be in trouble if I decline?
you will be detained for the purposes of me trying to identify you. And that is so I can give you a citation.
A citation for what?
Well, you're not proving that you have valid driving privileges. You're not providing me proof of insurance, which is required for operating a vehicle.
Okay. I think we've seen enough from this guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so bizarre, man. But it's just crazy.
Yeah.
And for a grown individual, and apparently he's been living in America for, he's definitely American.
Seems like it, right?
Do you
Seems
see
like
what
it,
I'm
right?
saying? He doesn't seem like a foreigner at all, for him to take these views. But wow, interesting, Brother Clarence, that you have individuals who, you know, that feel that they should be sovereign when it comes to the law, you know, and they
You
should
know
be
what?
independent of the law. Now, my suggestion is that you be, instead of being a sovereign citizen, you should be a law-abiding citizen.
Yeah.
You see, and so yeah, that's what I would definitely say. But my God, how ridiculous, crazy ridiculous, man.
Yeah, man. Well, see, like I said, now I think sovereign citizenship gets a bad rap from these guys that try to
Mhm.
go into they try to go into criminal court, right? Because that's where we see them mostly at, in the criminal court, right? And so they go out here and they try to use these sovereign uh I don't know, scripts or whatever, to try to throw off the judges and the prosecutors and stuff like that. But it never works. That's why I'm saying it, man. I'm saying it because Polite proved it didn't work. Dr. York
Yeah.
proved it didn't work, right?
Wow.
Whatever you think about Dr. York, Malachi York, whatever you think, whether he did it or he's innocent or guilty or whatever, his stance, his stance on being a sovereign citizen didn't work. Matter of fact, Dr. York tried a bunch of different things that didn't work, right? Sovereign citizenship being one of them, right? It just didn't work. And so,
Wow.
I
And you
just
know
don't
what?
want,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Brother Clarence. Go
No,
ahead.
I just don't want our people to get caught up on this stuff, man, because like I said, we had
Yeah,
cats like
exactly.
Light going around the
Exactly.
country saying, hey, you can be a sovereign citizen and then you can't be arrested. You
Yeah.
don't have to have a driver's license.
Misinformation. Right.
Yeah. And then they go out there, they try to do this stuff, right? And what happens? They end up getting their car windows broken in, and then, saying they get the car window busted, and then they end up going to jail, or they end up being like this next fool that we're gonna see here, Daryl Brooks. I don't know if you were.
Well, let me just say this before you put that one up. But
Okay.
there was a survey that they did in 2014, and about sovereign citizens, and it says that they were the number one U.S. threat, opposed to the Islamic extremists, jihadists, even the neo Nazis, and even the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
They were the number one threat.
Yeah.
So that's crazy, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think they started seeing that movement picking up some attention, and then they decided that, hey, we're going to nip it in the bud, and we're just gonna call them all terrorists, because that's what they call them now, terrorists.
Yeah, that's what I had come to find out, and I was just like, wow. So this is a particular movement of people. I'm not sure who is in charge of this movement, but these sovereign citizens. But apparently they're a big group. They're a big group of people.
But
and I'm curious as to how many of these sovereign citizens are homeless.
Are homeless?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Most of them are
because you don't have to pay taxes. You don't have to have a driver's license. You don't have to. You're just totally removed from.
Nah. See, the thing about it is if you read that thing we said, they only do that when they want to. Like I said, they can decide, oh, okay, I'll use my name to cash my paycheck, but I'm not going to use it in a criminal case, right? They can decide when they're going to abide by the rules and if it benefits them.
Wow.
Like what I'm saying, they only agree to the laws that they want to agree to, right? But when it comes to this court case, but like I say,
well, Brother Clarence, why don't you drop the link in case somebody wants to add?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe someone wants to defend.
I would love to talk to somebody who's
maybe someone wants to defend
citizen.
the sovereign citizens.
Yeah, I
Maybe
would
they
love to
have
talk to
more
somebody
information.
who's a sovereign
Yeah.
citizen. If you're a sovereign citizen, please come on up here. Y'all know somebody who's a sovereign citizen and they wouldn't mind discussing it. Hey, we're not
And
here to
even if you're
judge
not,
them.
just,
We're not here to
come on
judge
up,
or bash
have a
them.
conversation.
Just want to ask them a few questions about why do they take this stance in a criminal court case. I noticed that they're pretty they pretty much take the same stance in a criminal court case, and I'm like, why? If you know it's not gonna work and you can't enforce some stuff, like we're gonna get. For example, let's get into this to the let's relook at Darrell Brooks. Darrell Brooks was the young man who in 2021 there was a Christmas parade in Wisconsin. He got mad at his girlfriend, and he decided that because he was upset at his girlfriend, he was going to drive through a parade and hit as many people as he could, right? He ended up killing 6 people, injuring 81. Just an ugly situation, right? And so what he decided to do was go into court. When they caught him, he decided that, and how they caught him was a whole nother situation. Well, when they caught him, he decided he was going to represent himself in court. Bad look, bad look, bad look. Okay, so we're going to watch a little bit of Mr. Brooks. We're going to watch. This is Darrell Brooks.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you wanted
this
to
guy.
raise a
Oh,
legal
man.
issue. What's the legal issue?
The legal issue is how is the state allowed to coach the
You're
people getting on the
assuming they
stand?
spoke to them and coached them.
It's obvious. I'm not stupid.
Well, I disagree with that, sir.
We review when Waukesha Parade defendant Darrell Brooks, who represented himself, thought he knew the law, but got it so wrong. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. No one said being a lawyer was easy, or maybe I should say trying to be a lawyer is not so easy. And you know who may be thinking about that right now? Darrell Brooks Jr. This is the man who was just found guilty of 76 criminal charges for driving a red SUV into a group of holiday parade goers out in Waukesha, Wisconsin back in November of 2021, killing 6 people, injuring dozens of others. This was a defendant who decided to fire his lawyers and actually represent himself. And despite all of the arguments that he tried to make, none of it worked for him. And the jury found him guilty across the board. So what we decided to do was to actually go through some of the key moments when Brooks thought that he knew the law, but got it so wrong. And listen, you don't go to 3 years of law school and pass the bar exam for nothing. As an attorney myself, let me tell you, this is a complicated practice, everybody. So where to start? I think the best place to start, and you might have guessed it, subject matter jurisdiction.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
The written decision that I previously entered is what I will stand on. I'm not going to address it any further.
Can we address subject matter jurisdiction? It still has to be proven for the record.
I decline to do so.
Is that including verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction? Because it has yet to be verified or proven.
Mr. Brooks, you keep making that statement, but it's a misstatement of the requirements in the law.
So it doesn't have to be
You are
proven?
going to get a written decision. That's how I'm addressing.
Yeah. Okay, so this guy is, the first mistake he's making is that they have to prove that they have jurisdiction to adjudicate his case, right? And they don't have to prove that. It's already proven in the documents in the indictment. So it's already in the indictment that they have the jurisdiction to handle this situation. But he thinks they have to do it on the record some type of way, right? Wrong go. Okay, let's continue.
Addressing this, and then I'm going to have the jury brought out and just providing courtesy copies to the parties as I had an opportunity to finalize that over the break.
Age 49 to 63 and not able to work. This message is for you. New rules.
Do you love boating? Well, Freedom Boat Club makes boating easier than ever.
Set for value and return for value is document.
Thank you for noting that. All right, bring the jury out. State has its next witness, I presume, ready to go? All right. When the jury's brought out, you may call the witness.
Is that verified proof that you have subject matter jurisdiction?
The decision and order speaks for itself, sir.
Is it verified proof that you have it?
Sir, I believe it answers your questions.
I don't believe so.
Unequivocally.
There's no verified proof proven yet.
The issue of subject matter jurisdiction. Now, this is basically whether a court has the power and authority to hear a case. Now, the reason seemingly he kept bringing this up is because Brooks identifies as a sovereign citizen. This is someone who doesn't believe that they're under the jurisdiction of the U.S. government, that they're exempt from certain laws. Here is the problem for Darrell Brooks. This is a non-issue. It's a non-issue because all you have to do is read the judge's order on this. First, she explains that the Wisconsin Constitution says that Wisconsin circuit courts like this one have jurisdiction over civil or criminal matters within the entire state. And here, a criminal complaint was filed with the court, a preliminary hearing found probable cause against Darrell Brooks, and all of the criminal charges are in fact valid. And his whole point about this being common law or admiralty law makes absolutely no sense. This is a criminal court case. What would have made sense is if he was facing, let's say, federal charges and this was being tried in a state court, then that could be an issue that he could bring up, but that's not happening here. All right, we move on to another time that Brooks thought he knew the law, and that was when he talked about his constitutional right.
Not if I'm not allowed to face my accuser, Your Honor. My accuser in this matter would be the state of Wisconsin. And with all due
I believe your
respect,
Sixth Amendment rights in that regard have been complied with.
I'm requesting a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law on this issue for the grounds that I just stated. It was seen based on the Sixth Amendment that I'm not being awarded the chance to face my accuser, which I should be awarded.
All right.
Yeah, just kind of crazy because I remember his argument. His accuser is the state. Am I correct or
Correct.
incorrect? So he wants the entire state. He wants to be able to see the entire state.
Correct.
Come on, dude. What? Absolutely, what's going on mentally?
Okay, so let me give you the nuts and bolts of what's happened. Okay, so the state is his accuser, correct? The state is his accuser, but the state is represented by the prosecutor.
Exactly.
Is represented by the prosecutor, just like he has the opportunity to be represented by counsel as well, right? And so as a representative, his representative could stand in for him as well as the prosecutor could stand in for the state, right?
Well, that makes sense to you and me, Clarence.
Right? Okay. But this guy's like, no, you got to get everybody in here, all 1 million or whoever, however many million people in Michigan. It's
like, why even go any further with the trial? Come on. Is he competent enough to stand trial? Come on. What's going on?
Man, but see, you know what? Like some people, man, they just my mother used to say, some people like to make it hard on themselves, man. You know what I mean? They just make it hard on themselves, man. Now, like I said, if you are a sovereign citizen, please hit the link. Come on up here. Or if you sympathize with them, come on up here. I sympathize with them. I sympathize with the Moors. But I would tell any of my friends that was Moors that tried to go into a criminal case and defend themselves like this, I would say, don't do that, man. Don't do that. That is not going to work.
Okay, so Brother Clarence, we know that, with many things, you have your pros and your cons.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? We've talked about a lot of the cons for this particular movement of people, but I'm interested. Are there any pros? Because I don't see any.
I wish there would. I wish you.
I don't. see any
I
pros
think
for
their
this.
pros are, well, I don't see any either. Like I said, because I've only seen them show up in a criminal setting. I haven't seen them in any other setting, so I don't know. Well, I take that back. I've seen the Moors do a lot of good stuff out here. Like I said, I was with them when they were out here giving food away. I was with them when they were doing that. So I know that there's Moors out here that's doing stuff. And I think they adopt this type of thinking process. But I think there's some that do and some that don't. It's like sex of anything. I think there's sex of this sovereign citizenship situation. And I think there's some sects of them that understand that you can only
Or
make
sectors.
other people deal with what you can enforce. If you can't enforce it, then telling somebody you're a sovereign citizen, you can say that all day. They're gonna just like I saw another one today where the young brother, he was, all saying all these slick stuff and it sounded real good, right? So the judge was like, "Is so and so here today?" And he was like, "Well, I'm his representative. I'm representing him. I'm not him. I'm not that name. I'm representing that person." Just say, "Okay, cool. Check this out. If that person ain't here right now, I'm putting a bench warrant out for him. That's it. And we done. We're not gonna run around and run around and round and round and round and round. I'm putting a bench warrant out. That's it. All of a sudden, hey, I'm here. I'm here. It's me, right?"
Yeah. Wow.
So it just depends, man. It depends on what their goal is. You know what I mean? If you got something to prove, then prove it. But for me, it would depend on what I had in front of me, man. If I had what my chief goal was, my chief goal is to get home, get the milk to the baby. Then but if my chief goal was I'm gonna stand up here and fight with them, and even if I have to go to jail, sit in jail for 3 days, 4 days, miss a couple
Wow.
days of work, it's
I
worth
don't
it.
know. It's like the whole concept is very blurry to me because just the fact that you have the word citizen involved in it, you know, citizen of what? Well, citizen of the United States of America. Well, then aren't you obligated to abide by the laws of that said
Most of them
country?
renounce their
If
citizenship.
if you're a citizen of, I'm sorry.
Most of them renounce their citizenship to
Yeah, well, see,
America.
but see, if you're going to do that, then you need to go to another place because I don't believe that America recognized that you denounce your citizenship, so now you can just run amok. I don't believe that that's very true.
I don't. I mean, it's a strategy that they'll use, particularly criminally. Is a strategy they use to try to detach themselves from the responsibility of what has happened criminally. Right? I'm not this person. This person did that, but I'm not that person. You're saying this person did this. I'm not that person. I'm an entity separate from this name.
Yeah, which basically says that hey, if murder is involved, you should be able to get away with that.
Correct.
See, if it's a sex crime, you should be able to get away with that
Correct.
because you're a sovereign citizen. I mean,
Correct.
you see what I'm saying? That's what laws and rules are for.
Right.
Is to give us some type of moral code, some type of, you see what I'm saying? Code of ethics, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I mean, you have to have laws so that the people
It's a
can.
reason for it.
Yeah, yeah. You have to have laws so that the people you can have order, because order is what you want to have the best order that you can possibly have. We got millions and millions and millions of people living in 2,000 by 3,000 square feet.
Right.
We're gonna bump into each other. We're gonna have issues, right? And so we have to
Mhm.
have laws so that we
Yeah.
can iron that stuff out, right? And we can have the least amount of friction between us. So
And I
that's what the
see it as
laws
a
are
good
for.
thing. I see it as a good thing.
Right, right.
Now there's some
Obviously,
laws that are not on the books that should be, and then there's some that are on the books that should not be. We can always talk about that for hours. You see what I'm saying? But for the most part, you know what I'm saying? as far as being a law-abiding citizen. I think that's what we should strive to do. Now, Brother Clarence.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know you like to read the scriptures. I was
Yes.
hoping that maybe we could share scripture in conjunction with this topic that we're
Oh
speaking
man,
about.
you have one, or you want
Yeah,
me to
yeah,
find
yeah,
one?
yeah. I would like for you to pull it up and read it for us.
Oh, okay, let me go get it, brother.
It's 1 Peter chapter 2, and start from verse 13 through 17, I believe.
Okay, 1 Peter chapter 2.
Yeah. And it just talks about how we should, abide by the laws of the land. There's other scriptures, I'm sure, as well, but especially if the law is not telling you to go against the laws of God. See, now that's a whole nother story, right?
Yeah.
You see, that's a whole different story. But if it's the laws of the land, hey, you don't travel on this road at a certain time, or you don't do this, that, or the other. You know what I'm saying? Just laws.
Yeah,
Make sure that
I
you
got you,
have your
brother.
driver's license. You know what I'm saying?
Man, it's
Basic
simple.
laws. Exactly.
That's simple,
So
man.
I know you have a
Okay, so
site
you
where
want?
you go to pull it up, and then you
Oh yeah,
can
oh yeah.
kind of read
So
it.
it's
Yeah, yeah.
First Peter number 2, right?
1 Peter chapter 2, and start
Okay.
at verse 13, and then just
Verse
read down through 17.
Submit yourselves, right?
Let me see.
Just to make
Yeah,
sure we're on the
yes,
same page.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is First
Can,
Peter.
can you pull it up?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Thought I had
Yeah,
pulled it.
because I want the people to know that you actually are reading it from.
Oh, Vaughn.
You know,
Okay.
just
Vaughn, trust me, Vaughn.
we don't want you
Vaughn,
to be.
Vaughn,
We
trust
don't
me.
want you to add or take away from it. You know what I'm.
Vaughn, Vaughn. We're gonna take a break after this. We'll take a break after we read this and
Yes,
analyze
yes,
this.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 13 through what, man? All the way through or what?
Just to 17.
Okay.
For now.
13 to 17. Submit yourselves. This is First Peter in your King James version. Submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake, whether it be to the king as supreme.
Keep going.
Or unto governors as unto them that are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers.
Okay.
And for the praise of them that do well.
Okay, so come on, keep going.
All right, for so is the will of God, that with well-doing ye may put to silence the ignorance of foolish men, as free and not using your liberty for a cloak of maliciousness. I
Yeah.
think that's ouch. That was stung, Vaughn. But as the servants of God.
Okay, so
wait a minute. I got to read 16 again.
Yeah.
As free and not using your liberty for a cloak of maliciousness.
Yeah.
But as the servants of God.
Yeah.
We covered a lot of people right there.
And then there's some things that say, render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and all of these different things.
I was gonna go find that.
We can do all of that too, but then there's some other ones as well.
Okay.
But the point is, there's plenty of scriptures that let us know that we should abide by the laws, of the countries that we live in, the law of the land, and as long as it's not going against God's law. You see what I'm saying? Because some things are just against your beliefs, your belief system. You see, and that's why they have freedom of speech and the right to religion, right? You see what I'm saying? Because you can refuse some things, saying, "Hey, this is against my religion." You have that right. Is that correct?
I believe so.
But at the same time, you don't have the right to say that it's against my religion to have a driver's license. It's against my religion. You see what I'm saying? We're not going for that.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I think another way to look at it is like this. Okay, if it's against your religion to have a driver's license, then it's against your religion to get behind the wheel of a car.
Exactly.
I mean, that those two things should go together, right? You can't say I don't want to have a license. I don't want to be identifiable in case I get in an accident, I want to just be able to drive off. Or in case I pull some woman over, pull her out of her car, essay her, and then push her back into her car and then drive off. So, and I don't have no plates so that she can't identify my vehicle. And I don't have any identification on me. So if I do get pulled over, I don't get, I can't be identified. That's, that's not going to work. It's not going to work. You know,
And it's interesting. It's interesting that the first part of that that particular scripture says, submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake. Man, how would you break that up? How would you explain that?
Submit
you see what I'm
yourself.
saying? It says whether it be to it says whether it be to the king as supreme or unto governor.
Okay. Well, this is my interpretation. What they're saying is, hey, man, if you've agreed to this situation, then honor your agreement until you can make another agreement. Right? It's like you go into the car dealership and you say, I want to buy this car. And they say, well, you can't afford that car. You can afford this car. But if you make all your payments for a year and a half on this car, you'll be able to afford this car. You'll be able to afford that other car you first came in for. Right? You go and pay, you make 6 months of the payments. You say, I want to go ahead and get that other car now. And they say, no. You got a year and a half, you got to make the payments on.
Yeah.
You say, but I already made the payments for only 6 months on this one. I want this one. No, well, you can't break the agreement just because you want what you want, right?
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes we have to submit to ourselves to, for the greater good, because we gave our word, right? That's very serious in the nation, man. You give your word to somebody. You say, I'm going to do this. You got to do it or be found trying to do it, right? So it's like you got to, that's my interpretation. Now, when it gets down to servants, be subject to your masters with all fear. My interpretation of that is, okay, if you agree to serve and be a servant, then okay, honor your agreement until you can make otherwise, right?
Yeah, and the word fear, a lot of times, we're looking at it as being scared of. You see, and it also it could mean reverence. You see what I'm saying?
Could be reverence
or hold in high regard. Yeah, exactly.
Like me, I have a great fear of letting my word fail. Like if I say I'm gonna do something and I don't do it, right? Like I'm all upset because I got sick and let so much time go by without getting the computer right. I got to get this computer. I'm just like, man, what are you doing, Clarence? But I've been sick. But I say to myself every day, I say, okay, Clarence, I got to get Vaughn on the phone. I got to get Annie on the phone. We got to get this computer. Got to get this computer. Money just sitting there, right? But I've been, you know what I'm saying? But I feel bad, right? I have that fear. I don't want people to say, oh, well, they did this part, but they didn't do that part. So that without taking it is that fear, not no fear of no man.
But see, then again, there's no reason, and I'm not dismissing, what you're saying, but there's no fear in it. It shouldn't be any fear in it because you still have the same intent. There's just a delay. But listen,
saying,
there's
Vaughn,
just. But see,
I'm not fearing no person.
Wait, listen.
Okay,
you're not denying the fact that this is going to be done. Right. There's just a delay. There's a delay. Right. There's a delay for a cause. There's a delay for a reason. You see what I'm saying? And those type of delays are definitely excusable.
Right.
So and as far as my eyes can see, and I'm sure it will be the same in the eyes of others as well. You see what I'm saying? So what's important is, if you drop dead, you're unable to get a computer. Am I correct about that?
Right.
So see, the fact that God is healing your body and you're in a position of being healed right now, then you shouldn't move outside of the process. Let God continue to heal your body. And then once he releases you to go back out and continue business, then do that. So I just wanted to drop that in your ear real quick. So
Thank you, brother.
nothing to feel
Appreciate
bad about, Brother Clarence.
Yeah,
You know,
I just that's
yeah.
just some
There's
addiction
no and
training.
there's no rush. There's no rush on it. That's the
we
enemy that
definitely gonna
tries
get
to
there.
whisper to us and say, "Hurry up." When God gave you an ample amount of time to do it, He didn't put a time stamp on it. We did that.
Yeah, man. But you know what I'm saying? But that's that would be my fear, not no fear of the master himself or fear of a person, but the fear of I gave my word. I agreed that I would do this situation. And so I don't want my word to go down because once I get done with this situation, I want to be able to say I did my task there. I finished it, I completed it, and I got a good record behind me to be able to go do certain other things. So it just depends on how people want to interpret. But we should, if we are in a land, we should follow the laws of the land as long as they don't well, at least Elijah Muhammad said, as long as they don't
Definitely.
make us go against our religion, right?
Go against God. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And listen, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
That's
thing.
what
So
listen, that's what's required of us.
but see, there's a thing where now they may have a law where we feel like it's not right, right? It's not good, right? So we have to make a decision. Okay, well, if I feel like if I feel like this law is not something that's going to help me as a person, or it goes against my religion, now I got to decide if it's worth going against it, or if I can find a way to interpret it where I can understand it, where it makes sense. You know what I mean? Because some people will say,
Exactly.
oh man, I'm trying to think of a good analogy.
Well, I can just say this one real quick.
Okay.
That there's many people during the civil rights movement,
Okay.
Because of their plight and what they were standing for.
Okay.
And what they did no longer want to accept, from the government or whoever, decided to stand up and say this is incorrect. As a result of that, many of them, were incarcerated, right?
Right.
You see, even though they were standing for a right cause, sometimes, hey, you have to be willing to make that sacrifice.
Correct.
According to what battle you're fighting.
Correct. Correct. Like I said, it depends on what your goal is. Now, my thinking is if you want to, do you want to prove or do you have a movement that can actually get this done? See, I don't think so. I think ever since because this sovereign citizenship, it was cool as long as white people were doing it, but when blacks started picking it up, blacks and Native Americans started picking it up and started doing it as well, that's when now the people that ran the white people ran from they're not sovereign citizens. They're oh man, what's the name of them now? Let me look and see if they got an offshoot. No, they got an offshoot, man, called the Freeman Group, right? The Freemen of the land, right? Where now they're the ones that build the bombs and do all this stuff, right? But most of the sovereign citizens, they don't do stuff like that. They just come into court, try to get out of speeding tickets, right? Do you have jurisdiction over me? Subject matter jurisdiction. They play all these word games with people. That's what the majority of them do. Now the hardcores, they're the ones getting the C4 and all that. But we, the majority of the Moors and other, they just law-abiding citizens trying to, like I said, man, if you are a sovereign citizen, please come up here. Please come up here. If you know somebody who's a sovereign citizen, let them know, hey man, Brother Clarence want to just talk to you. Find out what's going on with you.
Yeah, that would be an interesting conversation because
man. We ain't trying to,
that would definitely be one that I would be up for, if we did have somebody who would come up and just
we might
just share their
chase them out of
perspective.
here with the Bible, man. We bring the Bible up here, man. We chase everybody out of here.
Well, yeah, well, I don't try to browbeat anybody with it. I just share it. I always say this. I don't argue scripture. I just share them. That's basically what I do.
Yeah, man.
You're left to your own decision and opinion and everything else.
Yeah,
so.
man. Let me see. All right. Let's see. Let's take a break. Let's take a break, Vaughn. Can we take a break?
Yes, sir.
Can we take a break? Let's take a break.
What you got for me? What you got for me? Ah.
All this love waiting just for you. I just gotta know that your love is true. Can't keep running, boy, in and out my life. Wanna be your girl, not 'cause the mood is right. If I let you come inside tomorrow, will you hide? Will you be there for me when I need someone to go? Baby, don't misunderstand. I do want you for my man. I just need a little time before I invest my love. Don't walk away, boy.
All right, man. All right.
Yes,
We had to take
sir.
a little
Yes,
break,
sir.
man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Get his
Don't
back,
walk
man. Get his
away,
back.
boy. Don't walk away, boy.
Don't walk away, man. That is Jade,
Don't
1993,
walk
man.
away, boy. Yeah, I
What you know
remember
about
that.
Vaughn? Vaughn, what you know about that?
Yeah, those sisters was cooking, man. Come on, Jade.
Ah,
What you know about Jade, brother Clarence?
I know a little bit. Little son, little son.
Little something,
Little
something.
little son. Risa Neal says they never press that with us. If you don't have ID on you or a driver's license, give them the number. They put everything, it comes up. Yeah, but see, you got to have the picture. Well, if it comes up, and then a picture looks like you, then cool. But you know how we do it. You know how your people do, Risa. Man, they will.
Tell the truth. They
Some of
would
your
use
folks,
somebody else's
man.
social security
Yeah,
number.
man, they got their brother's thing, man, and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. This is my cousin. Yeah, I mean, and they just doing all kind of different stuff out here, man. But people just trying to survive, man. They trying to do what they can to survive. All right, y'all. We talking about the sovereign citizen defense. Does it ever work? Now, I don't know if you ever heard of Vaughn. Have you ever heard of Malachi Z. York?
No, I'm not sure if I heard of that.
Dr. York was over a group called the Nawabians.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm familiar.
Okay, so let me see if I can find. I think I had something with Dr. York up here. Let me see. Let me see if I got Dr. York up here. Let's see. Dr. York. Well, I don't want to. I don't want to play. I just wanted to talk about where he was and what he was from. So let me just talk about it for myself. All right. So Dr. York had a group called the Nuwabians, right? They were out there in Georgia. They started out in New York and New Jersey. They got some money together. They bought a big plot of land out there in in Georgia, and so they started building these pyramids, and they had these, they had kind of like a commune, right, where people was there and they would learn, and they had a library and stuff. But unfortunately, Dr. York allegedly, I don't know, you got to say allegedly was abusing the children over there, right? And so, unfortunately, Dr. York, even though he had a good thing going, unfortunately, he was picked up by the police, and he had a lengthy trial in which he tried to use the sovereign citizenship defense. That did not work. He tried to use a bunch of different other defenses. Those did not work. He eventually got up, I think I got 135 years. You know, now I don't know whether Dr. York did it or didn't do it. I don't know. It looks like he did based on the evidence they had and the people that actually came out and said that he did do it. But that aside, the sovereign citizenship defense did not work for him, and he was known to be a pretty powerful individual, right?
Wow.
Didn't work out for him, man. Didn't work out for him. Same thing with Polite. Polite was one of his students, right? Polite was one of his students, and are you familiar with Brother Polite?
Not so.
Oh, okay.
Not so much.
Brother Polite was going around. He was out of New York, and he was going around selling these packages to help people become sovereign citizens. Right? I don't know what was in the package or something you could change your name, you could do all this stuff, and it, allegedly, you don't have no more police record, you don't have no more, credit, and you got new credit line and everything. I mean, they had everything, right? But unfortunately, most of it, the people start finding out, man, this stuff don't work.
Wow,
Only thing that works is what you can enforce, right?
and would you say, Brother Clarence, that this whole defense is a bit of a gaslighting defense in so many ways?
Well, how you mean, Vaughn?
Well, because you're trying to take something that's logical and make the other person seem like they're off, that they're off kilter, or they don't know what they're talking about. Well, hold on. I'm not driving. I'm just I'm traveling.
Right.
It has the spirit of gaslighting involved with it. You don't think so?
Well, I'll definitely say it has a spirit of confusion in there. They try to
Well,
create all
yeah.
this confusion.
But see, the thing is, it wants the other individual to think that what you see is not what's going on. In other
Right.
words,
Right.
see, so
It's like,
that's why I use that term.
oh,
a little bit of
gaslighting.
gaslighting
Okay.
involved
When
with
I
it.
think of gaslighting,
You know what
Vaughn,
I'm saying?
I think of trying to make somebody upset, get them upset. That's why I didn't
No,
connect it.
no.
But I see what you're saying.
Basically, gaslighting is, you're perfectly sane, but I'm trying to make you think that you're not.
Right? Hey,
That
son,
part right
hey,
there.
I'm
See what
Vaughn.
I'm
I'm not
saying?
Vaughn.
In other
I'm not
words, Brother
talking.
Clarence, you
I'm
really
moving my
aren't.
mouth. Vaughn, I'm not talking. I'm moving my mouth, Vaughn.
In other words, Brother Clarence, where are your headphones? Remember the white headphones you have, Brother Clarence? Where are they? Well, they're on my head, Vaughn. No, Brother Clarence, they're not. You see what I'm saying? I don't see them. What's
Vaughn,
going on?
I'm not interrupting. Vaughn, I'm not interrupting you. I'm just talking when you're talking. Vaughn, I'm not interrupting you. I'm just talking when you're talking.
Yeah, I would agree. A lot of that goes on in conversation as well. So we would have to be honest about that. Wow.
But hey, man, like I said, man, I just don't want our people getting fooled by this, because I don't know if you are familiar with a YouTuber named ex YouTuber named Young Pharaoh. I don't know if you heard of Young Pharaoh.
Not familiar.
Well, Young Pharaoh was all of these guys were on the what do you call it, the blackity black circuit. You know what I mean? Just same page as Sarah Seti and all those guys, and
Oh,
Sarnetta and
I've never followed. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, these are guys that quote unquote, the conscious community. Anyway, so when Young Pharaoh first got released from prison, he got this information from Polite. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be able to run with this and do all this other stuff." And then he found out that it wasn't so, man. But they packaged it up, and they give you the information, and they tell you what their stances are, but they don't. What they forget to tell you is you have no way to enforce your difference of opinion, right? If you got a difference of opinion, okay, cool, but you ain't got no way to enforce it. What good is it gonna do you, right? If I say, hey, I don't have, I don't, Vaughn, I don't have to drive with no clothes on. I can get my car butt naked and drive down the street, right? If I
Yeah,
say,
but
hey,
then
you ain't no law,
the law speaks against that. So
but if I say I'm a sovereign citizen, I don't have, this law don't apply to me. I'm a
and see,
sovereign
that's what
citizen,
I'm saying.
right?
Yeah.
Shout out
It
to
just
Lady
listen,
Lamar.
Brother Clarence, it just takes that one person to say, hey, the emperor doesn't have any clothes on.
Right.
But
Right.
everybody else, because they want to go along to get along,
Right.
they
Well, I
they
mean,
just say, hey.
this is the law. I mean, we got laws for a reason, right? Got laws to keep
Yeah,
order.
exactly.
Laws here to keep order.
Exactly. To
Right?
keep order. And even with those laws in place, we still have a hard time keeping it in order. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? So when you have people that brazenly come up here as these sovereign citizens, who say that, hey, I'm above the law. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to really abide by the law, of this state or whatever it is. Yeah, you man, come on, you're walking a fine line with that. It doesn't make any sense. You're not going to get anywhere with it. It's a frivolous attempt, to try to discredit some of the laws that are put in place for particular reasons. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
just like this brother, for him to argue the fact that, oh, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Come on. And for you to seriously, really mean what you're saying,
Yeah.
and you really think that has some weight to it, something's going on upstairs. Something's going on upstairs.
Yeah.
You see.
Well, they've been, they've been told that, oh, and this is right. The government is wrong. We're right. The government is wrong. So they've been told that. So they've been indoctrinated with that belief, right? They've been indoctrinated. Okay, if you believe that, okay, we can't stop you from what you believe, but the only thing you can do is what you can enforce, right? Right?
Wow.
Like, we have laws and you have rights that you can enforce. You can go to the government and say, I have this right that you said I have, and you need to enforce it, right? And so the government has to enforce that right? But you can't go to the government and say, I should be above all of your laws. You're not going to be able to do that, especially if you are an American citizen and you're born here.
Right.
They're going to consider you a citizen, right? Or they're going to go get your birth certificate and say, oh, you're a U.S. citizen. What did we say before, Vaughn? Ignorance is no excuse. Right?
Yeah.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? So they're gonna say you ain't got no excuse. If you were born foreign born, maybe we have some leniency on you. But no, you was born here. You're supposed to have a driver's license when you drive. I've heard the sovereign citizens say, I don't have to. You don't have to have a driver's license. You don't have to have insurance. You don't have to have plates on your car. You don't have to have any of that stuff, right? Because you're traveling, right? What are you traveling and you crash into somebody? But what happens then? But see, if you notice it, and see, this is what I think a lot of the sovereign citizens don't get is the way that they want to move puts the public at risk, and they don't understand that. I think they look at it like, it's just me. No, but you are out there with no license, no registration, no ID, no nothing. You hit somebody, all you gotta do is just turn and just drive off, right? You don't even you're not even compelled. Your license plate is gonna compel you to stop and make sure everything is right? But without a plate,
Brother Clarence, what did actually happen to this individual that claimed that he was just traveling? We didn't see the rest of the video, but what ended up
he got pulled out. He got pulled out. He got pulled out of the car. Yeah, they busted the window and pulled him out of the car. And he went out
Well, why didn't you show that part? We
like
missed that.
Kid. Huh?
I said, why didn't you show us that part? You bypassed that?
Yeah, no, they didn't show that part. Him actually getting pulled out. They blacked it out, but you could hear it. They played the audio and they blacked it out, but you could hear him getting pulled out. He's like, oh no, stop! I'm not resisting. I mean, they. But
Oh,
see,
wow.
so
Okay,
here's
so
the
he
thing.
said he wasn't resisting.
He said he wasn't resisting, right?
He was
But
resisting before he got out the car.
but he wouldn't get out of the car. Okay. So
Wow,
now,
wow,
okay, so
crazy.
let's look at it like this. Let's try to determine this part, y'all. Let's try to figure this out. You guys in the chat too, help us figure this out. Okay, when the police pull you over, right? Maybe Nathan will come in and help us. Maybe Nathan will come in, right? But when the police pull you over, now first of all, when they just giving you a citation, you do not have to get out of the car. Okay. But that's provided that you show them who you are, and the exchange is going to go the way it's supposed to go, right? You have identification so that they can identify you, and they can give you a ticket or just to give you a warning or whatever they want to do, but they can identify you and they know what's going on, right? But when they can't identify you, now it's another situation.
Yeah,
Bumps it up to
totally
another
different.
situation,
Because
right?
now they can detain you.
They can detain
They
you.
can detain you.
Why?
Exactly.
Because you do not
Until
have
they
identification.
get that proof of who you are.
Exactly. And it can go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. Now, if you wanted to go that deep, okay, that's cool, right? You got something to prove. Hey, I got something to prove. I'm a sovereign citizen, and I'm gonna show how wicked the government is by letting them arrest me and take charge of my property, right? Because I saw one where, now this is where the police overstepped themselves because they just got frustrated with this dude. They just took his phone. And they can't do that. They're not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to just take your phone, reach in and try. They try to reach in and grab his phone from. They told him to stop filming, right? They're not supposed to do that. But the thing that opened the door for them to do that was the fact that he would provide identification, registration, insurance, nothing. He wouldn't provide no information. So now they're gonna tell you to step out of the car because they don't know what you're doing in that car, right?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
You could be on your way to with C4, on your way to the closest elementary school, right? Gonna take everybody out. They don't know what you're doing. That's why you should have your ID on you. If it's not, why not just carry those documents on you? That's why I want to talk to somebody from the sovereign citizen community. Why not just talk? Why not just have those documents on you and just deal with it? Why are you going to prove a point by sitting in jail? I don't get that.
I guess because they
You
want
get
to
it?
just be free. They want to be free from any ties, to any, any type of governmental ties. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I guess that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense, right?
Well, it makes sense to them, but it doesn't make sense to me because I'm just like, why are you here? What's your purpose for being here? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You can go to another country and try to pull that off. I'm not sure if they'll go for it, but go ahead and try it.
I haven't seen it work nowhere. I haven't seen it working in Canada. I haven't seen it working here. I haven't seen it work anywhere. I think I even think I saw somebody trying to do it in Australia. Didn't work. Doesn't work. But like I said, you can't enforce what you're talking about. What difference does it make? But now, okay, so y'all, look here. When can they pull you out your car, and when can they not pull you out your car?
Well, according to what you said earlier, if you don't show proof of identity, you're saying they have a right to pull you out of that car. Is that correct?
Well, they got a right to detain you.
Well, in order for them to detain you, then they have to get you outside of the car.
Right. Because now it's suspicious, right? Well, they could say, hey, we don't know if you was in the middle of committing a crime, right? You open that door, right? Because you create the suspicion maybe a crime is
In
either in
progress,
commission,
right?
in progress, or
Yeah,
or
exactly.
about to be in commission, and so you give them the what do you call that, the suspicion, or you get them to go ahead to be able to say, okay, since we can't identify you, we can't rule you out as not a criminal. We can't say you're not a criminal. You might be on the run. You might be a criminal on the run, and we don't know who you are. So if you're not going to come willfully, then we're going to detain you unwillfully, right? Which they can do. They can do it, right? If they feel like a crime may be in progress or might to be occur. So that's why I say, you know what, that when you want to watch the things that you say around these people, right? Because they can call you anything, right? I don't know if you ever are you familiar with a show called The Wire?
Oh man, come on, definitely.
Okay, remember I
Seen
don't know
every
which
single episode of The Wire.
but there was a season, I forgot it was I think I don't know, it was the second or third season, right? Where they were working they were working outside this broke down building, right? Down in Maryland, right? And so in Baltimore. And um they wanted to get a wiretap on somebody, but they couldn't do it because they didn't have enough evidence to get them. So they was working with the feds on something else, right? So one of the dudes, McNulty, had a friend who was a fed, and he said, man, we really need to get a wire on this dude, man. How can we do that? How can we get this guy to get a wire on him? And the dude said, McNulty said, hey, change his name to Abdul. He said, that's all you got to do is change his name to Abdul, and we can start putting wires all over the place on this dude.
Wow.
Right?
Now, what does that tell you right? What does that tell you right there?
Yeah, man. But see, that's the whole point, man. They can do what they want to do, right? They can do what they want to do. See, they can enforce what they're saying.
You're pretty good, brother Clarence, because I remember The Wire, but I can't remember any of the characters' names, so I would have to look at it all over again.
Yeah, McNulty was the dude.
You're pretty good, bro.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I used to watch The Wire, man. It was a good show. But McNulty was the white boy that was that was kind of like, he was a jerk, but he was a good cop.
Yeah, I know who you're referring to.
Right. Right. And they tried to get him out because he was gonna blow the whistle on all the stuff that they was doing in the department, right? And so they got rid of him for a season, man. They pushed him way out to the wharf, right?
Yeah.
And it was even more stuff going on down there, right?
The Wire was was a very good series.
Yeah.
If I ever have some time, I would like to go back and revisit that, all of that whole series, because very good, very well put together.
Yeah, it was good, man. It was
very,
good.
very true to life,
But like I said, these sovereign citizens, is difficult because they don't understand, man, that the public safety that they're risking, right? That I don't think they get that part, or they feel like, hey, my family is good, so whatever the public is dealing with, that's on them, right? My family, everybody's got a gun all the way down to the 2-year-old. Everybody's got a pistol, so we're good, right? But as the public, if you out here, whether you doing business or not, traveling, driving, moving, rolling, whatever you doing, the rest of us is out here with you. And so we need to be sure that if something happened, you do something crazy, we can find you, right?
Yeah.
You know how they found Timothy? You know how they found Timothy McVeigh?
I forgot.
Yeah, okay. They found Timothy McVeigh from the license plate from the U-Haul.
Okay.
They found him. That's how they found Timothy McVeigh. He had rented it in his own name, right?
Wow.
So you know what I'm saying? What if you are about to commit a crime like that, right? And I think he was part of this whole Freeman movement and all of that.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
Killed 185 people.
Yeah, that bombing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. Terrible.
Yeah, man. But that's what I'm saying, man. Some of these cats don't realize what's happening. Oh, it's Lady Novoa's birthday. Oh man, shout out to Lady Novoa, man. Happy birthday to you, sis. I didn't even know it was your birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, sis. Many, 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 many more. May God bless and keep you. May God bless and keep you.
Wow.
But don't you go out here and be a sovereign citizen. And
Yeah,
go
exactly.
and
You know, this was a good topic today, Brother Clarence, because a lot of people aren't familiar with you know, sovereign citizenship and whatever they want to call it. You
oh
know,
yeah, it's gonna come your way
I,
sooner or
for
later.
one, had to do a little research and look into it myself because, you know, I was kind of unfamiliar with what it was, what it meant, you know. Now, is this an organization as well of people? Do they have meetings? Do they meet up somewhere? Do they
I'm
have,
sure they do, man.
you,
But
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could imagine
they
that they
do.
do,
Yeah,
especially when it
yeah,
was started by some, you know, clans members, you know.
yeah. I think
Yeah,
they have
I'm
websites and
pretty
stuff
sure
that
they have, yeah, they've have some
yeah,
meetings.
you know what I mean? They have places where they congregate and everything. And they get information from each other.
Well, I guess Brother Clarence just jumped off. I don't know what happened. Something happened to his setup back there, but nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, this was a very interesting conversation um, about sovereign citizens, and like I said, it was very informative to me when I did a little bit of research to look into it to see what it was all about. Clarence did an excellent job of you know, pulling up video footage and basically explaining to us what this organization of people, what they you know, stand for and what they believe in. Oh, I see Brother Clarence is back. Are you back, brother?
Yeah, man. I don't know what happened, man. My TV,
What had happened?
my screen that went out, man. I was like, what happened? I was
Ah,
talking and talking.
I was trying to hold up the fort for you, you
You
know.
did a good job, man. Excellent
I
as
was getting
always,
ready to go. I was getting ready to go into my other notes, but I said, well,
man.
I mean, he's back now, so let me put them back up, you know.
Well, let's
Yeah.
bring Jay into the conversation. Jay,
What's
what's
up,
going on
brother?
with you, bro?
Long time no here.
I'm gonna say hi to my my old school cast real quick.
Yes, sir.
I didn't catch all the stream really because I'm actually doing a recording right now. Don't worry, not live. This is pre-recorded stuff I'm doing right now, and you know, just prepping for that, trying to get this all done while just not getting off of work. I'm about to get that done, and then you know, I got some holy shit. Sorry about that. Some studying to do, like I always have to do. And then
Okay.
take me back
I
to
don't.
sleep. Pardon my French.
I don't.
Yeah, just trying to really think about had a conversation with my brother about this, the state of the world, that what we leave behind and things like that. That's important. I told him what I would be content with, similar to like hearing this type of topic earlier. And it's just like I think the best thing most men or people in the world can hope for, I hate to want to say dying, use the word, passing away content knowing you put your efforts into something and that you can actually change something, and also that your family talks good about you.
That'd be
Whether
nice.
you be from a foreign, or let's say foreign, sovereign, sovereign state, or a foreign state, wherever you are, trying to do something to put your name out there, but not for like the wrong reasons, for the good reasons. At least me, I ain't gonna lie. I want to be the people in the background. You want to know what the hell that is? I don't want you to find out anything about me. Hear me? It's better you don't know. I'll be honest. It's better that you don't know anything about me, so you can try to tarnish my name and says, "Oh, well, he did this and that when he was young." I'm like, "You're not gonna do that shit." Not to me.
Okay. All
But,
right.
But I say it is somewhat of an exercise for young men or for elderly men more often too, just because you know.
You mean when you say elderly, you mean like Vaughn, right?
I did
like
not
real
say
elderly,
that.
you
said
like
that.
with a cane and
Hey, listen,
Come
listen,
Help me.
I live in my truth.
See, the brotherhood is not secure.
You hear that, brother
What he just
Clarence?
did.
I heard you, brother.
I live in my truth.
I heard you. I just wanted to, well, Vaughn, I just wanted to get what Jay was saying, man. I just wanted to make sure I understood him right. That he was talking about elderly, like Vaughn elderly.
Just
or like
I like to say old school cats a lot because people know
I'm
like,
reaching.
I'm calling you old, but you're from the older generation. Is what I've always said. That's why I do that. I'm able to get away with that because I say old school cats is what I say. That's my
Nice,
lingo. My
nice cleanup, Jay.
I
Nice
take
cleanup.
no
I'm not-
offense to that.
See,
I
you-
take no offense to that at all.
No,
Yeah, I'm just
I
messing
know
with.
you
I'm just
don't, but
messing
you
with Vaughn,
call us
Jay.
our
You
dinosaurs.
good,
I don't
man. You
even
good.
say that.
You good. I'm just messing with Vaughn.
Brother Clarence, you do that a lot. You do call yourselves dinosaurs. I don't even say that. You do that.
Well, you know,
and I'm not going to add to it. I'm just like, nah, let me
yeah, we're pretty much fossils at this point. Yeah,
Yeah, man. We live in our truth, man. We live in our
yeah,
truth.
we're living and walking in it. Even
Yeah,
if it
man.
is, even
It's
if
like
it
that
is
first
with
day.
the use of a cane, it's all right. It's okay.
It's like that first day.
I'm holding it in. Holding it in.
Hey, Jay. It's like that first day when you go to the store or something and they say "sir" to you. You're like, "Sir, who are you talking about? Are you talking about me?"
Well, when you're really, really young and they call you sir, you don't like that. But when you're older, then you'll be like, yeah, I am sir. So it's fine.
Yeah. But I'm just saying when they first do it to you, you like, who are they talking to? You talking to me? And yeah, I guess they are talking to me, right? I'm not no 18 or 15-year-old. I'm 18, 19, 20 years old, right?
Well, I don't. Funny enough, I don't call kids sir. I think the thing is like when you're like 18, now I can call you young man or sir, and that's and people be like, I ain't old, like leave me alone. I used to say that, and I'm like,
That's how I use it too. I use it that way as well. Yeah.
Well, because they don't know, because the young kids don't like it because it makes them feel old, so it's a way of like kind of like this diminishing their age when you say that. So I can see where they're coming from a little bit on that. I'm not saying I'm on the side. That's how I see that point. But I realized as I got older, I was like, it's fine to call you sir. It's respectful. That's just how we announce men.
So brother Jay,
whether from the church or not.
Brother Jay, so what do you think about these people who call themselves sovereign citizens who feel that they are above the law? They don't need a driver's license. They don't have to have a marriage license. They don't. You see what I'm saying? Any type of governmental contract, they don't need to be a part of. They don't have to pay their taxes. They are exempt from abiding by the law. What would you say to those individuals?
You wouldn't like what I would say. All right. Oh damn it! How do I say this? I'm not being nice. I'm just going to be direct.
You don't have to be nice. Just
not because I'm really nice. I'm just being real. Okay, so what I would legit say to those people, you're crazy, and I have the number of a therapist you might need to speak to.
Okay,
that's what I would say. Because if you think you can get around in this world with no rules, similar, it's like the Joker mentality. Don't wait to live in this world without rules, which is bullshit. Pardon my French, because we have laws in place that you have to follow if you want to be a functioning member of society. And what they're doing is saying we don't, we do all this and blah blah blah. Like we rebels at this point. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like Star Wars rebels in my brain when I hear this, trying to concrete it. Like we're outside the confines of law, so we can do whatever we want without any consequences and without adhering to anyone's authority. You're goddamn crazy.
Pretty much.
Like, yeah.
I would agree. I would agree.
And like I said, I got that number for that therapist. Please believe. Actually, I'm gonna be real. With thought process like that, you might need to go to a place with straight jackets and dress code. To be honest.
But you know what? You missed the video that Brother Clarence played earlier about this guy that was in the car. They stopped him because he really didn't have a license plate at all. Showing on the car, which is a quick way to get stopped by the police officer. Why don't you have the proper license plates on your car? So when he was pulled over and refused to comply with certain directions that the lady cop was trying to tell him, he wanted to know why he was pulled over. She told him, and his response was that he was not driving, he was traveling. And this was
semantics.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
I mean, just craziness. No, I wasn't driving, officer. I was traveling.
Traveling.
You see what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Vaughn, I'm not interrupting you, Vaughn. I'm just talking while you're talking, Vaun.
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
talking.
I'm
But
gonna
like,
say
so
one thing.
what's
That
really
is
going on?
okay.
You
Let me
know,
just say this.
he went on to say that he didn't have to have a driver's license. Why would he need such a thing in order to operate a vehicle? But yet you're not driving, you're traveling.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And so this whole scenario, and it ended up bad because they ended up breaking the windows out and dragging him out the car and all of that.
Yeah, man.
But man, when we believe all of this propaganda that the narrative that people are pushing, it puts you in a very bad position, and you never know what you're going to get. So, yeah. So again, I didn't mean to cut you off, brother, but what are your thoughts on that?
Madness and stupidity, delusion, perverseness. I'm naming all the words I can think of. Literally, that just come right off my mind when I hear something like that. Semantics war, trying to get out of, trying to make excuses. I hear excuses so many times. That's what it is, an excuse for everything. And this person isn't in touch with reality. Literally, that's what I'm hearing. That's why I said straight jackets or dress code. That's what I hear. Like, seriously, license plate, no freaking no license to drive, driver's license. That's what you're telling me. And use the term, I'm traveling, not driving. That's stupid. Okay. All that
Well,
indicates.
listen, we can't make it up, right, brother Clarence? We
Maybe,
didn't make
I'm
that
gonna
up.
be honest, just because he didn't turn up against the cops, I have to see the video. I can't say psychopathy because it's not confirmed, but what I would say is there's some mental illness or something. Or I can say this, just really, really stupid. Extremely stupid.
Or brother,
Like,
I'm gonna
to
get it
me,
for
it's
you
like
right
going to
now.
work. It's like going to work. It's funny. It's like, okay, you ever heard the term where like you go to work with your clothes on, but you feel naked in front of everyone? That's what that sounds like to me. Like I think I have everything on, yet I'm missing stuff. But
Hold on, fellas. I'm pulling one up right now.
Left the house.
Pulling one up right now.
Oh, we have a sovereign citizen coming up.
We got a sovereign citizen coming up, Vaughn, and don't mistake him for driving, Vaughn, because he's not driving. He's traveling.
Someone can explain this whole concept to us. Come on.
Okay, he's traveling. I don't want you to get confused. Sometimes I know you can get confused, Vaughn. I don't want you to know he's not driving. He's traveling.
Is this in America?
He's traveling. Okay.
Yeah, this is America. This is America.
Just
This is
making
El Paso.
Wow.
Oh, you can stop it.
Okay. Okay. Now.
This new?
I don't know. It's probably about a week old, maybe. I don't know. No, it's 5 years.
Okay.
5 years ago. All right. So anyway,
I heard, Brother Vaughn.
Huh?
Brother Vaughn and Brother Clarence. You know what I heard?
What's that?
What'd you hear?
He spoke. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot.
Yeah. Well. See, here's the thing, Jay. Now, he was cool. He was cool in his car, right?
But he said he was traveling again, Brother Clarence.
Well, Vaughn, you keep getting confused. He's not driving. He's traveling, Vaughn.
But I'm just saying, the other brother said he was traveling. Now, is this a thing? Is this a thing? Like, what's going on?
I don't know who's traveling and who's driving. I don't know. I don't know. I need somebody to help me figure it out. So now he's okay. But here, gentlemen, here's a critical part now. Now he's being asked to get up out of the car. Right now he's been asked to get out of the car. Now the question is, does she have the authority to ask him to get out of the car at this point?
Yes.
Yes, she does.
Yeah,
I think she does as well, because why? He bumped the situation up by not saying he had ID, not having no ID, not having no documentation that he owns the car or he's authorized to have control of the car and be with the car. And
exactly.
then
the car could be stolen.
It could be stolen. It could be anything.
We don't know.
Right? Nobody knows. So now, and it could be used in the commission of a crime, right? Could be a stolen car being used as a bank getaway car, right? she don't know. So this is what I'm saying. All of these with when you leave the police with all these unanswered questions, this is you're gonna force them. You forcing their hand to do something like this, right? Now she could let him go, but then what if she find out later she stopped him and he killed the baby or he did something that, you know what I'm saying? He's on his way to his ex-girlfriend's house. He got out of prison, stole a car, and on his way to the ex-girlfriend's house to murder her, right? So she had a responsibility to deal with it. And that's what this
how many people have used
realized.
this.
Huh?
I wonder how many people have used this this phrasing of, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. So far, this is 2 for me today.
Yeah, man, it's 0 for 2, right?
Wow.
All right, let's watch out. So now he has put the officer in the position where now they got to dig deeper to find out what's going on, right? He could have said, "Here's my license. Here, I just, I'm on my way home or whatever." They gave him his ticket. He'd have been on his way, right? But now he put the officer in a situation where now they got to dig deeper. Okay.
And even if you don't have your license, that's, I've given my social security number or whatever it was I did. They were able to look me up that way.
Or you, like Risa said, you just give the number. They can go look at your picture on the computer, right?
Yeah, you can give your driver's license number.
Right. They go look at it on the computer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see how far it's gonna go now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I can't. You got to stop the
what's
video.
So funny, man? What's so funny? What's so funny? Can't you see?
Maybe he smoked
This
too
is a
much
sovereign
weed. I don't know.
citizen, man, explaining. He's explaining the situation, man.
I'm sorry. This is
he was smoking that sovereign weed. That's what he was doing. Go ahead.
I could hear it coming out. I could hear the weed coming off of him, right?
Brother Vaughn,
Right.
you know what I think right now? I'm thinking he met Walter White, and he got some of that freaking Breaking Bad substance.
Breaking Bad. See, here's the thing, man. I definitely want to show.
He said it's Earth.
Yeah. I definitely want to show that the whole driving, traveling thing. Don't do that. That to me that does, unless you want to, you got an extra, 2 or 3 days to spend in jail or dealing with this situation. Why do it, man? Just show them your identification. Just show them what your documents you got. All that whole I don't have to do that. I don't have to have a license.
But the ignorant part about it, Brother Clarence, is this. This young man is old enough to know what the laws are in this state, whatever state he's in.
Right.
Come on, you didn't grow up to be this grown, to be this ignorant. That doesn't even make sense.
Honestly,
listen. You have kids in middle school,
right?
That know what the law is, just basic laws.
Yeah, but some of our people, man, they just feel like, hey, man, I just F it. I'm just gonna do, and they don't realize they walking themselves into a bad situation.
Yeah, he was smoking that indica or that sesame or whatever they call it. He was doing a little bit of something there.
Sticky, icky, something, man. Because man,
I'm gonna say he was doing coke the whole 9.
Yeah, man. Because and now he's out here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. This is no reason why I don't do drugs besides Aleve, because Aleve is my headaches. But other than that, I'm fine. Because it's on the counter type drug, so I'm fine. This is why I don't do. This is why I don't smoke weed. This is why I don't do any of this bullshit. Because this is the dumb fuck shit that will happen to you. Well, and to me, the police handle it tactfully, so we can't get mad.
Well, at least he got out of the vehicle.
Yeah, where he didn't get all beat up.
The video prior, the other guy, they had to break the window out and drag him out. Because he
put him out screaming and hollering, right? But this dude right here, he got out of the car. But this is where you don't want to be, right? You do not want to be you high as a kite, trying to explain your situation to somebody, to the cops sitting on the curb, right? It's not going to go good. Not going to go good for you. But let's see how it turns out for him.
What gives you the right?
Man, listen.
If I hear sovereign citizens out there,
if I hear another Negro talking about they traveling,
if there's any sovereign citizens out there, please come here. and explain to
Like,
us the
for
difference
example,
between driving and traveling, because we need help.
Because
We have
apparently,
Green here.
yeah, he's not the
okay.
first person that has used that as an excuse.
Yeah,
But
we've been
Chris,
hearing that
I'm
all day.
traveling to Japan, but actually traveling, not like on a license plate, no license plate, no license, none of that shit. I'm flying by plane.
But see, the thing is, you're traveling in a vehicle. Come on.
Yeah,
Right.
Even though you are traveling, we recognize that.
recognize that, but you don't
You
have
know,
no
but
license plate.
you know, all of this, he's doing a bunch of gaslighting right here. And you know, it doesn't make sense to me. You know, it's like you're trying to talk someone out of logic. You were
Yeah. No,
driving.
this
Why
is
are you trying to
ridiculous.
talk me out of understanding that you were just driving this vehicle?
Right. Yeah. I
That's
mean, it's
crazy, man.
but Vaughn, he wasn't driving. He's traveling.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the difference? I don't know. Excuse me. If anybody is anybody in the if anybody out there listening is familiar with the sovereign citizens position on driving and traveling, please explain that. Please explain. Matter of fact, let me try to find a video. Maybe I can find a video. Let's watch the end of this, and then I'll find a video.
Man.
All
Well,
they had
if
to
he
do
had,
was just show his license, man. Damn.
did he
Damn.
actually have a license though? That's the question. Did he actually have one?
I don't think he did. That's obviously why he probably didn't. And I'm gonna show you why a lot of these guys don't have licenses right now. I'm gonna show you guys right now because there's people out there actually telling them that they don't need one. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Here we go.
That's crazy, man.
Here we go.
That is.
Here we go. Here we go, y'all.
Good evening. I'm Todd Foster, reporting for Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com. This evening, we're going to be discussing the issue of driver's license requirement here in the United States. What is a driver's license? Do you need a driver's license? Is there any law requiring you to have a driver's license? A driver's license is required for one who is conducting commerce on the highways. Now, if you're doing personal travel along the highways or personal transportation, there's no law saying that you need a driver's license. I'd like to read to you something here from Bovier's Law Dictionary. One employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle with horses, mules, or other animals. Now, that is Bovier's definition of a driver. There's no mention about personal transportation in there or anything. Now, notice under Part 3 of that definition, it states that the driver must be of good habits for the journey and possess good skills. Because if he's not, and there's an accident or an injury, the driver and his employers, yes, that's right, I said employers, are responsible. Now, while the definition of driver does change a little bit over the years, there is a U.S. Supreme Court case, Reno versus Condon, which states, the activity licensed by state DMVs and in connection with which individuals must submit personal information to the DMV, the operations of motor vehicles is itself intricately related to interstate commerce. Now, that was decided January 12th, 2000. Now, that is specifically what I'm getting at here, folks. There is no need to have a driver's license for personal transportation.
This dude is crazy, man.
This dude, right?
I mean, well, I'm gonna
You
tell
know.
you. I'm gonna tell you right now. If you look at any state law, every state is gonna have vehicle codes, right? They're gonna have vehicle codes. So this dude, I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe he's
And
talking
then
about
too, and Brother Clarence, in California, what do we have? A Class C driver's license?
yes,
That's to operate what?
a regular vehicle, regular car.
It says that definitely, doesn't it?
Right.
to operate a regular car vehicle.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I don't know what this man is talking about. It's crazy.
You know what? They're trying to talk these dudes
But
into
he's trying, yeah, he's trying to fix it, and he's
keep the
going to
dream
send a
alive,
lot of
man.
people down.
Keep hope
Yeah,
alive,
yeah.
right? I
He's
mean, but
definitely, yeah, he's given a lot of misinformation to a lot of people,
yeah.
And the
Well,
sad thing
see,
is that you have some clowns that would listen to him
that's what I'm saying.
and
And
run
see,
out of here
he
talking
may be
about they're
right, Ron.
traveling and not driving. Right.
Well, he may be right on what he's saying, right? If you look at word for word what he's saying, he might be correct. But it only matters what you can enforce,
He's not
right?
correct in the state of California. I can speak
No,
about
not
that.
in the state of California, but it
Or
might be someplace
Chicago.
like that,
Okay.
right?
So
But
just
just
saying.
like if you read the tax law, federal income tax is voluntary, right? Federal income tax is voluntary, but try not to pay it. Try not to pay it. They'll take your voluntary behind right to jail, right? Just like they did Wesley Snipes, just like they did Lauryn Hill, just like they tried to do Red Fox, just like they tried to do Sammy Davis, just like they was gonna do Willie Nelson. All these people that went in there and said, "Hey, there's no law that said we got to pay it." There might not be no law that say you have to. It's mandatory, but try not to pay your federal income taxes. Watch, they will come after you with all the heat they got, right?
Yeah, they call it tax evasion, right?
Right. But if you go by the words, if you go by the word salad, there's no law. It's supposed to be voluntary, right?
Well,
State
did that work?
taxes are
Did that
mandatory.
work for Wesley Snipes? Did it work
It
for
did
him?
not work for Wesley Snipes.
Okay.
It did not work for Wesley Snipes. It did not work for Willie Nelson. It did not work for Lauryn Hill. It did not work for Red Fox. And it did not work for so many others.
Wesley Snipes he got in the position he was because actually just be glad he didn't pay his taxes and he didn't do anything bad just besides that.
What's that, Jay?
I mean, that's the reason why he went to jail is because of that.
Who?
Wesley Snipes. For not paying his taxes.
Who?
That's
Yeah,
why
that's why he went to jail. I think.
Oh, you talking about Wesley Snipes?
Wesley Snipes,
Yeah.
yeah, 'cause you brought him
Yeah,
up.
he went to jail, and what's her name went to jail? Lauryn Hill.
I think he only did a year though, right?
Yeah.
Well, but that's the reason why you didn't hear from Wesley all that time because he was like, you remember, like, where did he go?
Oh yeah. He went to, and it just destroyed his career. Absolutely.
Well, just
Destroyed
with
his career.
taxes, not like murdering somebody. So there's a difference. That's why he
Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
it did ruin him, like in terms of that.
As far as him being, he was the dude that he had a lot of different contracts to making big money. Now
But
he,
you can get a lot of time for tax evasion, right? You can get a lot of time for that.
Well,
I said you
depends
can
on
get
how
a lot
much.
of prison time for that, can't you?
Yeah,
it depends on how much money, how much
how much you owe, but and
how much you
what
owe.
he made, he should have been able to pay that off like easily.
Yeah, I think
When you
Wesley
the
owed
TV
like
show
about
series,
6
he
or
could
7
like pay
million.
that off.
I think Wesley owed
First
like
of all, I don't know
about
how the hell they forget to pay their own shit. That's what baffles me. Y'all richer than most people, and y'all forget to pay your taxes.
They don't know. Well, Wesley Snipes didn't forget to pay it. He said there's no law requiring me to pay it. So
He was
I'm not breaking the law.
See, yeah, he's a sovereign citizen.
I'm not breaking the
Oh
law.
my God, sovereign citizen.
But
I bet you he knows he's not a
following
sovereign citizen. He
following
knows
that
he's not
script.
a sovereign citizen now, right, Brother Clarence?
No.
he knows better now.
No.
Oh no, he
Same
won't
thing
do that.
with, all the rest of them. All the rest of them was following that same line of thinking, right? Oh no, there's no law. Say, okay, but see, what only matters is what you can enforce. That's all what matters. If you can't enforce it, what difference does it make? It's just if the federal government decided to honor that statute or whatever it's in the Constitution, say that it's voluntary. If I decide, you know how many billions and trillions of dollars they would lose? Nobody would pay their taxes, right? But they're not gonna do it, right? They're gonna go after everybody hard as they can, man. They're gonna make you pay your taxes, right? So all it goes by what you afford. Now I agree with Risa. Risa said, no, he told a lie. Traveling is normally a passenger, not a driver. That makes sense, Risa. He's trying to get out of it, gaslighting. Okay. See, that makes sense. Okay. I'm in the passenger seat of the car. Vaughn's driving. And they want to give me a ticket too. And I say, hey, I'm not driving. I'm traveling. I'm just in the car with this man. I didn't commit any violations. Can't give me no ticket or nothing because I'm just traveling, right? I can get that. That makes sense. But what this dude right here is saying is that, hey, I'm just traveling and I'm driving by myself. What if you hit somebody? What if, you know what I mean? You guys know Spider-Man. Remember Spider-Man? The comic book series, Spider-Man?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, man. What happened to him, right? He walked by a dude, he walked by the robber that murked his uncle, right? Because he didn't instead of doing his duty, what he should have been doing, he was trying to get on TV, right?
Well, not so much getting TV. Oh, well, I'm gonna comment to you, but not so much get on TVs because like this dude robbed me of my money, so I'm gonna let this dude just like rob you because you robbed me of the money that I should have been given. So it was just kind of like a thing. That's why he let him go.
Well,
He kept his-
I'm going off the '67 version, where he was trying to.
Oh, be TV like a superstar. Okay, then
Yeah, he wanted to get on TV. He wanted to be like get on like America's Most. What's the thing they got now? America's Most Talented or whatever, right? So he was trying to get on something like that. And the dude, he walked right past the dude that actually put his uncle down. And so he was like, man, I gotta spin webs for real now, right? But my point is, we listen to these dudes, man, and they try to tell us, oh yeah, you can. They hype you up on this, right? They hype this guy hyping everybody up on this fact that, oh well, you don't have to have a driver's license. My son told me that, man. I said, man, you listen to these dudes, you crazy. Don't call me to bail you out. You try to run around out here with no ID and no license. How you expect people to do business with you? You ain't got no ID on you. I'm gonna do business with you, but you ain't got no ID. I can't catch up to you in case something go faulty. Nothing happened, right? All right, let's see what the rest of this dude got to talk about, man.
There's no need to have a driver's license to operate your vehicle, to go down to the store to get some milk, to go to the bank, to take your kids to school, to go to work every day. There's no requirement. There's no law. It's all done under the color of law. It's all implied that this is the legal way to do things. Now, understand that there is a difference between lawful and legal. Two totally different things. Now, understand another very important issue. The DMV is a corporation doing business as the DMV. What they have done is implemented such methods as a driver's license, vehicle registration, and so on to extort money from the people under color of law. And it's quite simple. These methods guarantee profits for the DMV. Why? Because the DMV is a corporation.
All right, gang. All right, gang. I'm fine. I am fine with everybody having to pay for their vehicle every year in California. I don't know. There's some places where you got to pay twice a year, every quarter, whatever. But in California, we pay once a year registration of your vehicle, right?
Right.
I'm fine with that, Vaughn, because if you hit me, I know where to find you, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with
good
it too.
that, right? But this man is saying, hey, forget all that. If I hit you, I hit you. I'm gone, right? I hit you. I'm going to keep on going. Why? Because I don't have no plates anyway. Can't identify me, right? No, I don't want to live in a world like that. I wish this cat like this and all the rest of them kind of cats can go to see what they want is they want the benefits of us paying taxes for the roads that they're driving on, but they don't want to kick in. They don't want to help out, right? And then they wonder, how come nobody want to do business with me? No, who the hell's going to do business with you? Who's going to want to do business with you when you telling everybody up front that you want to be if anything should go bad, we ain't gonna be able to find you. Why do I want to do business with somebody like that? That's crazy, right?
Wow. And you know, the crazy thing is that so many people will listen to this type of rhetoric and follow right behind it, you know, as if it was Bible.
That's why we here.
You know what
That's
I'm
what we
saying?
doing.
And man, just crazy, man. Just crazy.
That's why we doing this. Because I know there's some people that watch this stuff. Some people listen to these kind of crazy people, man. And you know, like I said, I don't have nothing against the sovereign citizenship itself, because I really don't know how to apply it. I just know that when they apply it in a criminal case, it just never works out. It never works out. So I don't want any of our people thinking, "Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna be able to do that," and then watch, you'll see. Like I remember young Pharaoh. He was so excited about doing this whole sovereign citizen thing, and it just exploded in his face. It was just so bad. It was just so bad. Anyway, let's finish up with this dude, and then we're gonna close out, y'all.
So they're very important things to understand. There is no law obligating you to do these things. Personal travel is a constitutionally guaranteed right. Freedom of movement, mobility, or the right to travel are human rights. Understand that. Human rights, not government given or government granted rights, not corporate granted rights. They are human rights, constitutionally guaranteed to you. Now, contrary to what the system tells you, travel is not a privilege. Operating your vehicle is not a privilege. However, if you are a driver using your vehicle for commerce, then you're required to have a driver's license. If you're using your vehicle to make a profit or for hire on the highways, then you are required to have a driver's license. Now, I'd like to show you a document. This is out of Michigan. This is a document that shows a constitutional driver's license and what it consists of. Now, if you'd like to read more about this in detail, you can go to the website listed on the screen. Now, understand a very, very important factor here is that drivers are not required to be licensed. Now, understand that. If you're a driver or operating your vehicle for personal use, you're not required to have a.
Okay. Yes, I'm looking one up now, Steny. This fool just said that you don't have to have a driver's license, right? If you're operating your vehicle, right? What if I'm operating what are those things, Juan? Semis?
Forklift or
no? Semi.
Oh, you're talking about a semi truck?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a certain class of license.
I'm going to Kroger.
Involved,
I'm going around the corner, right? But I'm gonna take my semi, right? I'm gonna take a semi. I had no place.
But you have to have the proper license for certain vehicles.
No, I don't. Didn't you hear him, Vaughn? I'm not traveling. I'm not driving. I'm traveling. I'm going to the store.
Well, listen, I say travel on. Travel on. just go on and keep traveling. Like we used to sing in church. We used to say that the old song in church: "Traveling shoes, Lord." Down my traveling shoes.
This dude got. I mean, man, he got it so messed up, man. Ay. Let's see. Let me see. Let me a little bit of more. We're gonna take a break and then we're gonna start trying to wrap it up, man. Okay, let's listen to a little bit more.
A license unless you're employed or doing commerce. Licensing cannot be required of a free people. In order to have a driver's license, it requires the surrender of a right in order to comply with the restrictions of the driver's license. Does that sound like a free people? Doesn't sound like free to me. Now, I'd like to read you something from state versus Spokane. The right of the citizen to travel upon the highway and to transport his property thereon in the ordinary course of life and business differs radically and obviously from that of one who makes the highway his place of business for private gain in the running of a stagecoach or omnibus. Now understand that the term driver is a contradistinction to the term traveler. It is very important to understand these terms. A driver is one who is employed in conducting a vehicle. A traveler is one who is on a journey of a personal nature. The system has conveniently segued these things.
I'm telling you, boy.
Listen, my
Don't be
ears
like
are
what
sore
she
from
said.
this guy. I don't know if I can listen to him anymore. My ears are hurting. They're
He pretty
sore.
much said the same thing, man. He pretty much said the same thing, man. I wonder how many people are sitting in
with
jail
this
right now
dude,
saying,
man.
"Man, when I get out, I'm gonna knock that dude out."
I mean, it's ridiculous, you know. And for you to actually legitimately sit up here and try to hold these views,
Oh man,
it just doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make no sense.
don't make
no
no
sense.
sense at all, right? All right, y'all. Let's take a quick break and then.
At this point, he's hard to listen to, Brother Clarence. I
Hey,
can't.
brother, they pretty much saying the same thing. This is then he said, "Wait, I'm a traveler too, based on that definition." Yeah, we all travelers, right? We on this earth, right? We're not earthlings. We're travelers, right? You can't get right me no ticket because I'm on the earth, right? Okay, all right. Let me. We're gonna take a quick break, y'all. Take a funk break. We'll be right back, y'all. Bolo, what you know about that brick? What you know about that brick, Bolo?
Man. You really pulled that out of your hat right there, bro.
Man, come on, man. We gotta start doing. We gotta start taking more breaks, man. Give the people time to get loose, man. Get a little bit loose on the. Shout out to Bolo TV, man. If you haven't subscribed to Bolo TV, get on over there and subscribe to Bolo TV, man. Get on over there and subscribe to him. I don't know if he could sing like Brick, but you should go over there anyway. You should go over there anyway, man.
Yeah, I believe Bolo could handle that tune right there.
You can handle that one.
That's not a hard one.
All right, I guess he could sing. All right, he could sing. All right. Shout out to my brother Bolo. All right, y'all. You said I didn't want that smoke. All right, what smoke? What are you talking about, man? Can't hear you, man. Can't hear you.
Wow.
Yeah, man. He did clobber me in the singing. That's why I told him this time. You know what we gonna do, Vaughn?
Yeah,
algebra.
Algebra. Oh wow. Okay, I got to see that.
Algebra. Yeah, we ain't playing no more, man. We ain't
I'm
gonna play.
gonna let y'all handle that.
Yeah.
Listen, I just stick to the basics, so you know.
We ain't gonna play no games with this dude no more, man. We just, we playing games with him, man. Trying to work with him soft. I love him, so I've been taking it easy on him. But I ain't gonna let my love stop me no more, bro. I'm just gonna. I just gotta go at him, man. Gotta go at him, man. So we gonna get to. We might get some philosophy. Definitely gonna be the math, man. Definitely gonna be the math. maybe a few other things, man. We
What,
might
what
throw
y'all
in
gonna
there,
throw some? Are you gonna throw some trigonometry up in there too?
man.
What
I'm
we
telling you,
doing?
bro. We might even
You
throw
gonna
some
get that? You
physics in
gonna get
there.
that deep right there? Huh?
We might even get some physics in there, man. We might even do that.
Oh
Right,
wow!
we will see. I'm gonna go straight nerd on them real quick, man. See, you think I'm gonna just stay, keep it in the street? No, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna perfect. I'm gonna go nerd on him, and then he's gonna be like, "Huh? What? What?" I'm gonna say, "That's what happened." G.
Man.
Man, we gotta get rid of come on, man. Help me next week, man, because we gotta get this computer so I can just take this man out to the woodshed, man, with this math and this science and this you know what I'm saying, with the I have to throw him a bone or something, man. If I got two things, I have to throw him something. But it definitely ain't gonna be singing, that's for sure. Definitely ain't gonna throw him no singing, man, because he with me, man. Like
I
I
tell you,
told
listen. I tell you, it's a very interesting rivalry that you two have. That you two have going on. I'm telling you, But it's also fun to watch and see how it unfolds.
Hey, Vaughn, the people want to know, man. The people want to know. The people want to know, man. What's going on, man. Clarence, you gonna keep letting Bolo? You can keep carrying him across the river? Come on, Clarence. Bolo can stand up for himself. Okay, all right. So the people want to see it. People want to see it, man. People want to see it. Okay, man. We're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more, Vaughn. I got the spirit in me, man, to just play a nice little song, and then we gonna get out of here. We're gonna start wrapping up, y'all.
Looking through the window. Is that?
Uh-oh. Can you think Bolo can handle this one?
I don't even know if I got the lyric right.
Man, I don't know if Bolo can handle this one. Is this the right key for him? I don't know, man. I don't know. People want to know. That's what I'm gonna do. You got to sing on key.
That's classic.
That's what
Mike,
I got it. I got it. He got to sing on key. I'll play the instrumental, and he got to sing the song on key. I got him. Got it. There it is right there.
Oh, I said looking out the window. Okay, I got it. No.
Got it right there.
I can't help but see you running often through my mind, helpless like a baby. Since your disguise, I can't help but love you. It's getting better all the time. I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. Even if I could, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. No, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. Even if I could, I can't help it. If I wanted to, I wouldn't help it. No.
Woo. Risa says, so you saying he can't carry a tune correctly? I don't know, Risa. But we're going to put him to the test. You dig what I'm saying? We're going to put him to the test. We'll see. All you do is sing on key? Okay, bro. All right. We'll see.
Okay, so we have to put a Saturday to the side and
see
how this thing is going to go.
Oh, I got to call him too. Man. I got a project for him, man. I got to call him. I need him to do something for me. I need Brother Bolo to do something for me, man. He said, wait a minute, man. That was cool when you was bringing people. Now you coming over here trying to get my people to not listen to me. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, man. That's it, man. I'm going over to the village, man. I'm telling you, Bolo can't sing. That's all auto tune, y'all. Y'all think
they're gonna be over there tomorrow now, Brother Clarence. They're gonna be open. They're gonna be open for business tomorrow.
They're gonna be open for business tomorrow. I'll be there. I will be there. I'll tap in. I can, the thing is, I try to do, Vaughn, is tap in before I fall asleep, because sometimes I fall asleep with it on, man. My wife come in and turn it off, but I fall asleep with it on. I just can't text. I can't be in the chat because I'm at home. Everything's over here. But he said he's there when I need him. I know you are. I'm gonna come over there tomorrow. I'll be there. I'm gonna tap in, man. But yeah, man. Me and Bolo, man, we're gonna have a good time, man. We're gonna make sure you guys have a good time. We're gonna go at it, man. And you guys just let us know who's doing what and what's doing what. We do it just like we did last time, right? We do it just like we did last time. Well, I don't know. I might need to get rid of Patrice. No, no, I'll have Patrice here. We'll do it just like we did last time. We have everybody over here who wants to vote. All y'all who want to vote, y'all can vote. Come on over here, man. We would do it. We would do it. And make sure it gets out there, man. But yeah, the people want to know, man. People want to know what is this? What's going on with Bolo TV? What's going on with Brother Clarence? You know, here we go.
Y'all gonna have to get it together, right?
Here we go. What is going on, my brother? What's going on, man?
You know, I was trying to be nice, man. You know, I gave you salutations, Von Bryant.
What is going on, sir?
Yeah, I'm not gonna give salutations to that brother all the way to the left. I got beef.
Don't let Clarence provoke you, man. Don't let him provoke you.
He's salty.
Jay, I'm trying to mind my business, man. I'm trying to do my thing. And every time I try to put my head down, this guy shooting at me. See what I'm doing? See what I'm saying? You put me on the
I know. Your brother, you must love conflict.
Huh?
You must love conflict.
Oh no, man! You know what? When you so close to me, I'm gonna poke you. You know what I mean? When you that close, I won't mess with people that's outside that circle. But when you in that circle,
but then you got the nerve to say that I don't sing on key. Come on,
I
baby.
said I don't know if you can. We'll find out.
You don't know if I can. That's how I beat you. We got the belt.
That's because you were singing songs that you was already there.
I was singing
songs you can't sing on key, bruh.
I was singing this song in key, on key, brother.
Okay, the ones you did, because you know those songs. I'm gonna find you some songs that you don't know.
You can find, whatever song you find, right? Understand that it's always gonna be on key, my G. My middle name is Key. You know that? Bolo Key TV.
Bolo Key TV.
All right. We'll see. We'll see. And then if it sounds good, the people will be like, wow. But if it don't,
let me say this to the topic, man. You know, cats be tripping and bugging out. You know, when they throw the sovereign thing. You know, it makes sense when you hear them say it. But this is the thing that overbounds everything that they say. You know, render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and render unto God what belongs to God. You got to obey the powers that be. They're the ones that make the rules. So if they're telling you that you need to have a driver's license, then you need to have a driver's license. If they're saying that your car needs to be insured, then it needs to be insured, because these are the men that are making the rules in the world. Period. These are the guys that are making laws. These are the guys that are changing the laws midstream. And then, you don't know how to navigate through it. They hold you accountable to it, but they know all the loopholes. So how do you go against someone that's like that? You can't. The best thing for you to do is obey the powers that be. Stop at the red light. The actual license registration, give it. Period.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, brother. Because
exactly.
You know, so many of our people have fallen for this. They've fallen for the whole sovereign citizen situation, man, and lost so much money, lost so much time, and gotten caught up in prison and stuff, just trying to follow the sovereign citizenship situation, man. It's just bad, man. It's bad. Well, and go ahead, bro.
I think we opened it up with we opened that up with the 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 13 through 17. It speaks a lot about how we should govern ourselves when it comes to the laws of the land.
You got to govern yourself by the laws. You're dealing with a system that is wicked, a system that is evil. Okay?
Right.
So there's no way you're going to be able to justify yourself in this system as wicked. Just look at what's being shoveled to our children. Look at what society is pushing. Now you're going to try and fight them in a court of law of righteousness. The world is based on wickedness. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Right.
You know, and that's the point. The point is that you have to understand that, you know, the Lord set this place up for a time, and you have to humble yourself and understand it. You are not greater than He. This is why He says, render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, render unto God what belongs to God. There are things that Caesar can't make you do. He can't make you serve another God. That's what belongs to God. But when it comes to the day-to-day operation, dogs, you got to pay the bills. You got to stop at the red lights. You got to pay your taxes, like you say, even though the federal tax is voluntary.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Bolo. Hold on one second. Shout out to my sister OG Patrice, man. You know, did you guys know I met Patrice in person?
Yeah, we saw the photo. Yeah,
we did. You told us.
I did. Oh, I told you.
That's what happens when you get old. That's what happens when you get older. You make a friend of Von Bryant.
Only 10 times, Brother Clarence. Only 10 times.
Hey,
that's what happens when you get older.
Hey, but see, I'd rather be old. See, now Bolo called me old, and Jay called you elderly. I'm not elderly. I'm just old. See, Vaughn is elderly.
Like I say, I live in my truth.
I
live in my truth. I live in my truth.
Von Bryant got to rile up the elderly and meet Jay outside in the streets. The elderly.
Okay, brothers. Will you guys do me this honor, man? Will you guys do me this honor? Okay, I want to cause it's real quick. I'm gonna read this Luke 20, right? I'm gonna read this real quick. Can y'all? And then we're gonna get it out. Okay. Can we do that?
Okay. Luke chapter 20.
And then y'all can break it down as I'm going. Y'all can break it down. Okay.
I don't know. I think Brother Clarence is a undercover Christian, but anyway, we're not going to talk about that.
I am. Definitely am.
But go ahead.
All right, so let me break this down. Let me break this down, man. Man, I'm telling you, man, if you guys ever get a chance to meet Patrice in person, man, take it, man. It's definitely worth the wait.
Yeah, by the way, I'm glad you got to experience that, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. So this is Luke 20. Okay, all you guys that run out of here when we read the Bible, gone. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate y'all. All right, so here we go. Luke 20.
Wait a minute, Brother Clarence. You ain't gonna invite them to stay. You're gonna run them off.
Hey, bro, I know some of our people can't stand the Bible, man. I understand. That's how they get down. But they'll be back after we get done, right?
Dang, Brother Clarence said, "Go on, then. Just go on, then."
So it came to pass that on one of those days, as he taught, we talk about Jesus, the people in the temple, and preached the gospel, the chief priests and the scribes came upon him with the elders. They brought the crew. They said, he's up in there. Let's go get him. So they brought the crew. They was going to try to confound him, right? And spake unto him, saying, tell us, by what authority dost thou doest thou these things? Or who is he that gave thee this authority? What do y'all think about that? Let's stop right there. What do y'all think about that one?
I think they questioned in the wrong person, but okay, go ahead.
When you look at this, right, the chief priests and the Pharisees and the Sadducees, you have to understand what Christ's job was. And, these men, you got to understand what they were. These men were wicked as hell.
Yes.
These men were demonic. You got to understand that. These men said, we want Christ to hang. When Pontius Pilate said pick, these men chose Christ.
Right.
So you have to understand These dudes are demonic as hell. These dudes, they wanted to keep their power. You know what I'm saying? When Christ came to take the power out of the Pharisees and Sadducees' hand, because when you read the Old Testament, these men would use they would use what given to them as shepherds for themselves and not for the people. The shepherd's job is to watch over the flock. The shepherd's job is to be a servant unto his sheep. That's what he's supposed to do. If need be, risking his life, the same as a husband for his family. It's not about himself. It's not, when you become a husband, it's not about me. It's about the family. I put them before myself. So
okay, but Polo.
Yes.
I want to stick to this passage right here.
Right.
They rolled up on him. What set you from? That's okay. You know what I'm saying? What set you from? Where you from?
That's what I'm saying. They're accosting the wrong person.
To the street level, right? I like to bring it down to the street level, right? What set you from? Where you from?
Right.
Who,
They didn't
who
understand.
you rolling with?
But that's the thing. If they understood what they understood later, but if they understood at the time who they were dealing with, they would have dropped. They would have dropped on their knees.
They would have stopped. They would have stopped all of
because,
that. Yep.
Because of man's pride, it blinds you. It's not until your pride is gone you actually see the truth. It's not until your ego is gone. So when these dudes are questioning, like, man, who you come from? Because they what they were doing was questioning his authority, because the authority was given to them by the Mosaic law. And this is what you don't understand. There's two covenants that are at battle here: the covenant of Christ and the covenant of Moses.
Exactly.
And when Christ came up on the scene, it was like, yo, dude, that Mosaic law is dead. When you read 2 Corinthians, do you really want to get down to it?
Well, I would like to finish it. I would like to finish it. I just want you to hit. And you hit what I wanted you to hit. You hit what I wanted you to hit. But I'm just saying, I want to get through it, man. I don't want you to go. I don't want you to be 2 hours now. From now, we're still on this one.
I gotta go to sleep to go to work. So,
okay, come on, man. Come on. I'm gonna get you out of here. I'm gonna get you out of here. Okay, thank you, brother. All right, so listen, and anytime any of you brothers got something to throw it in there, man. All right, so and we had 3. And he answered and said unto them, he, Jesus, answered and said unto them, I will also ask you one thing, and answer me. The baptism of John, was it from heaven or of men? Woo!
Yeah, but see, what he's doing is he's allowing them to dig a hole for themselves.
Correct.
You see, where only he can pull them out of. But yeah, they're on their way down a rabbit hole.
Right. They slick talking themselves right into the trap.
Later,
right?
As you keep reading, it gets greater later.
All right, y'all, come on. I'm gonna get you guys out here. I know you guys are elderly. All right, and they reason with themselves, saying, if we shall say from heaven, he will say, why then believe ye him not? Right. So they say, hey, look, man, if we say we down with heaven, then he's gonna say, well, why you ain't rolling with me? Right. Okay. But if we say of men, then all the people will stone us, for they be persuaded that John was a prophet. So if they say, oh, he's of men, in other words, they're doubting his connection to God. And the people love John. They just gonna stone him to death, right? Holy smoke! So they trying to figure out, what should we say? What should we say?
And this is them. And this is them being politically correct. So
yeah, politically correct, right?
They're trying to. They're trying to.
And they answered that they could not tell whence it was. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean, y'all? What are they saying when they say, "Oh, well, we don't know. We don't have no clue"? What are they saying?
Verse is that? I'm sorry, I got
number 7, brother.
Way.
7.
And the answer
Luke 20:7.
Because the reason why they're acting stupid is because they don't want to be caught up.
There you go.
They don't want to make a decision left or right, so they're just gonna play on the fence.
Right.
There you go.
Which was in their part a smart move, but wicked.
Right.
You know.
right? But they did what they had to do to keep them rocks off their heads, right?
Yeah, and they're doing it for the purposes because they think that they're setting him up somehow. But
Man.
anyway, what
But
they're talking about.
They knew what they had in mind for sure. And Jesus said unto them, neither tell I you by what authority I do things. Then began he to speak to the people this parable. A certain man planted a vineyard and led it forth to husbandmen and went into a far country for a long time. And at the season, he sent a servant to the husbandmen that they should give him of the fruit of the vineyard. Now, okay, now let's define husbandman. What is a husbandman, gentlemen? Can you guys help me, please? Anybody?
A man who's a husband.
What is a husbandman?
Repeat that one more time, Brother Clarence.
Husbandman.
Want me to read it one more time?
Yes, read it one more time.
I'll read it one more time. Then began he to speak this parable. A certain man, not a regular man. We ain't talking about a regular cat, right? This is a certain man. A certain man planted a vineyard and let it forth to husbandmen, right? So this is he planted this vineyard and he let it out to these guys.
Yeah, I'm
right?
back. What's your question? I'm sorry, I'm back.
Oh, you woke up? I heard somebody snoring.
Husbandman is a farmer or one who
it's
cultivates.
A cultivator. It's a dude that's a farmer, man.
He's responsible, right? He's a responsible party.
I apologize.
And look, I said I said it was a man that was a husband. So anyway,
I'm talking as I'm talking. Someone is texting me the same way you do.
And you sure it ain't Clarence, Brother Bolo? Because
it ain't me. It ain't me this time.
No, it's not him. It's not him this time. That's why I said,
I'm only gonna text him on his show. I ain't gonna text him here. I would text him on his show. Right? All right, fellas. Let me hit it. Okay, come on. Husbandman. What is a husbandman, y'all?
It's a farmer.
It's a farmer.
A dude that cultivates the ground. A farmer.
Absolutely.
He's
the one that takes care of everything, right? Right. He's a groundskeeper, whatever, right? Whatever you want to call it. But the person that's with the responsibility of upkeep of something he didn't create, but he is the one that's been placed in that responsibility to care for that situation, right? All right. So, and at a season, he sent a servant to the husbandman, right? He, the Lord of the vineyard, sent a servant to the husbandman that they should give him of the fruit of the vineyard, right? He sent a dude, hey man, go pick up my my cut, man. Go get my stash, right? Whatever. But the husbandman beat him. They beat the servant and sent him away empty, right? Now, what does that say about the husbandman? Am I turning y'all off, man? What am I doing, man? I'm listening.
It says that he's off. It says he's off.
I know, man. Y'all getting sleepy, huh?
That's what it's
these elderly dudes is getting sleepy, man. I'm gonna keep them up. Maybe that's what I do. I just keep Bolo up all night, the night before.
No, what it's saying is that husband was the dude that they sent to the husbandman. He was promised a certain portion.
Correct.
And when he was supposed to get that portion, he wasn't given that portion. In fact, they put hands on him.
Right. So what does that say, Bolo? What does that say about the dudes, the husbandmen of the vineyard?
They're not righteous at all.
That he was dealing unfairly.
In other words, what it boils down to is the husbandman is the groundskeeper. In other words, what that means is not yours. Your job is to cultivate. Your job is to plow. Your job is to make sure the fruits are there to be given. That's what your job is. And these men, when it was time for them to reap, to give to The servant, they kept it for themselves, as the Pharisees and Sadducees. The words that were supposed to be given, their position was supposed to be for the sheep, and they're keeping it for themselves. So they're beating off the servants that they were cultivating the ground for, and they're keeping it for themselves.
Right. They want to be over everyone else, right?
That's why they didn't like Christ, G. That's why they didn't like this man.
Man, he was coming with it, right? He was coming with it.
And you know what's so crazy, bro? See, they didn't even know what he was saying. Like he would say these things, and they would look at him like he was a maniac.
Right? They're like,
they didn't understand it. Like he would give these parables, these examples, and these dudes, and they didn't even understand. I'm talking about you.
It was like a riddle. It was like a riddle to them.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, hey, let me go, because the good part is coming. The good part is coming. All right, so we got some not so nice husbandmen, right? They beat one servant, right? And again, he sent another servant, and they beat him also, and entreated him shamefully and sent him away empty. Okay, so the first one they just beat, right? This one, they not only did they beat him, they entreated him shamefully. What do they think about the owner of the vineyard?
They don't care. They're not looking at the owner of the vineyard. You know, there's Lyric on the channel said something that resonates with this scripture right here. And she said that we are owners of nothing, but stewards of everything. Nothing belongs to us. Everything is God's.
Right.
So you should be willing to give because it was willingly given to you, freely given to you.
Right.
So you know, for us to hold on to it as if it's ours is blasphemous.
Right. And we do that. You see that in some of these neighborhoods. You know, we swear we own this corner and that corner and this.
Right.
You know, and we run people away because, you know, we feel like it's our property somehow. So
right. If police come, they run like roaches, right?
Yeah, but you know, we own that block.
Right, we own that. This is ours. Woo! They gone, man. They out there like roaches, right? All right, y'all. So they beat the second man, and not only did they beat him, they treated him shamefully, right? They do whatever, man. They just they just did him so woefully wrong, right? And again, he sent a third. He said, maybe they don't know this dude is coming from me. Oh, let me send another one. And they wounded him. Oh my gosh, they wounded him and cast him out.
Right.
They wounded this one. Now that's three people. That's three people.
Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go, gentlemen. Here we go. Strap in.
This is it right here.
Then said the Lord of the vineyard, what shall I do? He said, I will send my beloved son. Let's read that again. He said, then said the Lord of the vineyard, come on, God. Then said the Lord of the vineyard, what shall I do? He considered, he said, man, I just sent 3 servants and they just did them like this. He said, I know. I will send my son, my beloved son. It may be they will reverence him when they see him. So I'm sending my son. I know they won't do. This is my son. They know I love my son. They won't do my son anywhere close to what they did to them other cats. Right? Do that, right? Okay, y'all, strap in. You got your seatbelts on? Strap in.
Oh, yeah.
But when the husbandmen saw him, the Lord of the vineyard's son, they reasoned among themselves, saying, this is the heir. Come, let us mark him, that the inheritance may be ours. What y'all think about that?
Say that verse again. What verse we at?
Wake up, Bolo.
I'm sorry. What verse we at?
We had this one. Where we at?
Verse what 17?
Here we go. No, 13. We started at 13.
13
Then said
says,
the Lord, of the vineyard, what shall I do? I will send my beloved son. It may
right,
be that they will reverence him when they see him.
correct,
But
right.
when the husbandmen saw him, they reasoned among themselves, saying, this is the heir. Come,
Yep.
let us work him, that the inheritance be ours.
Absolutely. Again, you know what
Yeah.
was said to you earlier. When the Pharisees and Sadducees came, remember, the power of the church was in the building. That's where the power of the church is. The power of the church is in the building. Christ came to do away with that. Christ never taught in the building, my G. He taught on the highways and byways of the streets. Why? To let you know it's free, to let you know you are my building. When you look at the Old Testament, that was but a shadow of what was to come. That building was just a figment. It was just an example of how important and how to reverence and how to honor you. If you honor this building, honor yourself even more because I live in you. So these men here are saying, oh, wait, hold on. He's trying to take away our possession. He's trying to take what we have.
Right.
So now we got to kill this dude.
Right.
What they did with Christ, what they divide, he's them what they're going to do to him, and they don't even know.
Right. You already know. All right. All right, y'all. We just want to break it down as we go down the line. Okay, here we go. So they cast him out of the vineyard and killed him. What therefore shall the Lord of the vineyard do unto them? This is Jesus asking them. This is them, the Pharisees and then whatever. He shall come and destroy these husbandmen and shall give the vineyard to others. And when they heard it, they said, God forbid. Holy smokes.
Now that right there is a twofold scripture.
Okay.
That's a twofold scripture. Now, one, it's direct to what you're talking about, the husbandmen, right? The Pharisees and Sadducees. But two, it's also towards Israel. Because remember, he came to his own and his own received him not.
Right.
Therefore, he opened up salvation to the Gentiles.
Okay.
So that's a twofold scripture right there. If we're going to keep it towards the husbandmen, these guys don't even know that that Christ is talking about. But at the same time, this also was towards Israel because Israel didn't want Christ. Remember, he came to his own.
Okay.
But yeah, this scripture right here is talking about those Pharisees and Sadducees not even understanding that Christ is setting them up. They don't even understand.
All right, y'all. We'll keep moving because I know we got some elderly people here. We're gonna keep it moving. And he beheld them and said, what is this then that is written? The stone which the builders rejected. The same is become the head of the corner. Now that one, I could see that going right over their heads, right?
Over their head.
Yeah.
Over their head. And they had no clue.
What you mean, right?
No clue. None. They have no clue.
We're gonna move on, fellas.
Go ahead.
Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. Ooh. Let's stop right there. What does that mean? Whosoever shall fall upon that stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder.
Because he's a solid rock. He's a solid
So when
rock.
you're looking at, right, in other words, Christ is going to break you.
Yeah, he's a
You
solid
have to
rock.
be broken and contrite. You're going to have to be broken to come to him. But if he falls upon you, you're going to be ground into powder. He's going to destroy you. Those that, whosoever upon the stone shall be broken, meaning that, when you come to Christ, you have to, David said it. He said, it's not
Broken spirit,
sacrifice you desire,
contrite.
or else I would give it. but it's a broken and contrite heart that you desire. You know, I have to break myself, and meaning breaking my pride, breaking my ego, to know that it's about you. It's not about me.
The truth is,
For whomsoever it shall fall, when the power of Christ falls on you, oh my God, I wish not to be there. Let me say that. I wish not to witness it.
You resist that truth, it's gonna just tear you apart. Excuse me. All right, gentlemen. I think we're doing good. I think we're doing good, man. Maybe I ought to have a Bolo segment, man, where I break all this stuff down. Bolo and Vaughn break this stuff down, man. My three sons, right? And Jay, right? Jay too. Jay still here, Jay. Oh, Jay had to break.
And you said we were elderly. Looked like he fell off, huh?
He fell off, man. He fell asleep. He said, "Man, they talking too much about. I need to talk about some girls, man. We need to talk about some girls."
I like the girls, huh?
All right, gentlemen, we're almost there. We're almost there. And the chief priests and the scribes, the same hour, sought to lay hands on him. Talking about Jesus. And they feared the people, right? They didn't want to snap him. We snatch him up right here. People gonna trip. Let's see if we can. There's another way we can do it. For they perceived that he had spoken this parable against them, right? So people was already be like, yeah, man, anybody come against Jesus, we gonna be right. We gonna ride for him. At this point, they was like that, right? And they watched him, and they sent forth spies, which should feign themselves just men, right? So they just like regular cats, right? But they run around making sure they keep an eye on Jesus, right? That they may take hold of his words, so that they might deliver him unto the power and authority of the governor, right? So they, you know what I'm saying? They in the bushes trying to hear what he's saying, man. You know, make sure they can find out, you know, catch a little something. He's gonna be, oh, where's he gonna be tonight? Oh, okay. Well, where's he gonna be? Oh, he's gonna be teaching over here.
What that's saying is that they were waiting for him to make a wrong statement.
Yeah.
Like if he said anything against the government or whatever, they would take that back to the authorities, and then they would have him arrested.
They're trying to catch him up, right? So far, so good. So far, so good. And they asked him, saying, Master, we know that thou sayest and teachest rightly. Oh man. Neither acceptest thou the person of any, but teachest the way of God truly, right? They trying to, you know, oh yeah, we with you, bro. We with you, bro. We with it.
Smile in your face.
You always coming with that heat. You always coming with that heat. Jesus, we got you, man. We with you, dog. We with you. Is it lawful for us? Here. This is what I want to get to, fellas. Here. And I needed some wise brothers here. I've been messing around up to now. Now, here's where I really needed you guys. Here we go. Is it lawful for us to give tribute unto Caesar or no?
Yeah, well, I don't think they're probably going to like his answer, but go ahead. Let's keep reading.
But he perceived their craftiness, right? He knew what they was doing. And he said unto them, why tempt ye me? Right? You see, I'm riding out here on this donkey. I ain't got no money. What are you going to get from me? A couple pennies? Show me a penny whose image and subscription hath it. They have answered and said, Caesar's. And he said unto them, render therefore unto Caesar the things which be Caesar's, and unto God the things which be God's. Okay, let's stop right there. Gentlemen, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because a lot of people get that confused. What does that mean?
You render unto Caesar the things which be Caesar's. You know, and those things which are Caesar's, what is that? Different laws, different ordinances. You see what I'm saying? You know, different rules, regulations, or whatever it is. But unto God, the things which be God's. You see, Caesar's rank does not outweigh God's rank. You know, so you give to Caesar what is due to him. You know, as far as government is concerned. And you give the things to God, which be God's. So, which, you know, the things that belong to God.
When you read this, right, and what belongs to God is your worship.
Yeah, your body,
your understanding, your spirit,
your whole body.
That's what belongs to him.
Agreed.
That's why he tells us, be in the world, but not of it. right? I gotta traverse this planet. I gotta be in this planet. So I gotta walk amongst this planet. At the same time, do not give your spirit over to this planet. You know, you've seen that with Lot's wife, right?
Yeah.
When she turned around, she turned into salt. Her spirit was there in Sodom and Gomorrah. So that's what Christ is talking about. What Christ is saying is, yeah, you got to give to Caesar, right? Because you're in this wicked world, and it's going to get even wickeder. It's going to get even wickeder. It ain't going to get no better. So you have to be able to traverse and navigate through this world. So of course, it's off that black people get pulled over and thrown on the floor. It is off. It's wrong. But that's the condition we're in. That's the condition.
Yeah.
I know you don't want to hear it. I know you don't, but that's the condition. No man is going to get you out because man didn't put you in. There's your answer. So I don't care who you vote for. I don't care who you march with. It ain't going to happen. Period. Hold on, you wait on Christ. Period. That's our fight. And I know it's hard.
Y'all. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm trying to get y'all out of here. All right. And they could not take hold of his words before the people, and they marveled at his answer and held their peace. Yeah, we got to chill right now because,
Yeah, sometimes the truth is just that quick and sharp to where it will shut the mouth of people, man. When it's spoken that way, the people become baffled. Like, well, what can we? There's no comeback,
right?
There is no retort.
Then came to him certain of the Sadducees. Okay, so some of them slipped to the side and said, which denied that there is any resurrection, and they asked him. Okay, so they denied that there is any resurrection. They're saying, Master, Moses wrote unto us here. I need you guys again. Moses wrote unto us, if any man's brother die having a wife, and he die without children, that his brother should take his wife and raise up seed unto his brother. You guys know that that's how they used to do it, right? Back in the day, your brother died because women couldn't work, right? They couldn't work out in the field. They couldn't do any work. So you had to take them on as a wife, right? That was what you would do for your brother, right? That's how you would do for your family. Family is family, right? Back then, right? Then were therefore 7 brethren, and the first took a wife and died without children, and the second took her to wife, and he died childless, and the third took her, and in like manner the 7th also, and they left no children and died. Last of the women died also. Therefore, in resurrection, whose wife is of them is she? For 7 had her to wife. Damn, that was a pretty good one. I got to give it to the Sadducees. That was a pretty good one, man. That was a pretty good tongue twister right there.
But you see, here's the thing, though, too, Brother Clarence. When as you're reading this, one would have to notice that they're so busy trying to trip him up with questions. Yes. You see what I'm saying? Yes. And he's always given the proper answer. But even though you give the proper answer, it's just still not enough. Well, let me ask you this, Brother Clarence. Well, let me ask you this, Brother Bowo. Right. You see, people have a tendency to do that instead of just accepting an individual for who they are.
Well, let's see what our man Jesus said here. Let's see. And Jesus answered, saying unto them, the children of this world marry and are given in marriage, but they which shall be accounted worthy to obtain that world and the resurrection from the dead neither marry nor are given in marriage. Please, somebody explain that to me.
Well, what he's talking about here is that the world that we're in, right, the merits that we're given is not by our own blood. It's not given by us. But that of the resurrection is unto life, which only the dead in Christ will enjoy. Otherwise, all will be raised. but some of the resurrection of damnation. Does that make sense?
I feel like that, and what I would like to add to that is my opinion. That is, your salvation is completely yours, right? And it's not going to be like, oh, my husband's saved, so I'm saved because he's saved, or my wife is saved, so I'll be saved. Your salvation is going to be independent of these things in the world, right? As you become an entity, then you can do what you want to do, or you'll follow the path that God has for you. But you're not going to be tied to what you did here, there. Your salvation is going to be totally on you. So even if you,
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
And the beauty of it is, today in Ecclesiastes we read 1-6, and when you read Ecclesiastes, right, you kind of get that burdensome vibration that the preacher was pushing, and you understand why he was pushing it, because everything he was saying was void of God. Because if you look at Proverbs and Ecclesiastes are the contrast to it. Proverbs talking about the world, if you have wisdom, what the world is going to be like, how beautiful it could be. And then you read Ecclesiastes and it gives you the truth. This is what it is. If you are in a world void, everything you're doing is for nothing. If your marriage is empty of God, it's void. If your job, if your life is void. Eternal life and happiness is not of your own works. It's not of your own works, but it's about the blood and the sacrifice of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So that's what he's talking about towards that. Do it under your own merits. It's not going to happen. You can't be happy under your own merits. It's temporal. Everything that you do, if you marry just for you two, because marriage has to be bigger than you. It's not about just, myself and my wife. It's bigger than us. If it's about my wife and I, we are damned because we already created the ceiling. If my forgiveness is based off man, the love that I have for Brother Clarence, it's not going to go that long. If the love that I have for Brother Clarence or Vaughn is based on man's love, they have so many times to trip up on me. But if my love is based off Christ, how many times do we trip up? And how many times does he forgive? That's what we aspire to.
70 times 7.
That's the aspiration that we look for.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna get y'all out of here. I know I keep saying that, but I am, man. I am. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here we at 36. Neither can they die anymore, for they are equal to the angels, and are the children of God, being the children of the resurrection. Now that the dead are raised, even Moses showed at the bush when he called the Lord the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. For he is not a God of the dead, but of the living, for all live unto him. Then certain of the scribes answered, said, Master, thou hast well said. Right? And after they durst not ask him any question at all, and he said unto them, How say they that Christ is David's son? And David himself saith in the book of Psalms, the Lord said unto my Lord, Sit thou on my right hand, till I make thine enemies thy footstool. Holy smokes. David therefore calleth him Lord. How is he then his son? Holy smokes. Okay. So they were trying to catch this dude up in so many different ways. Man.
Again, that wasn't the end of it either. So
they're trying to catch him up so many different ways.
This is this scenario, but believe me, there were much more.
Then in the audience of all the people, he said unto his disciples, he Jesus, Beware of the scribes, which desire to walk in long robes and love greetings in the markets and the highest seats in the synagogues and the chief rooms at feasts, which devour windows, houses, and for a show make long prayers.
Widows, which devour widows.
Or which devour widows, which devour widows' houses, and for show make long prayers.
This is the
And
part right
the
here.
same shall receive greater damnation. Ooh.
Yeah, because see what you're doing is you have listen, so many people have the form of godliness, like the scriptures say, but you're really denying the power thereof. So we get up and we know how to have these long speeches, and we know how to be very eloquent with our speech, and we know how to hook 'em a shy, shata. We know how to do all of that. You see what I'm saying? As if somehow that impresses God. These are antics,
That's
that
done to impress man.
that we are using, to be divisive. You see what I'm saying? God is not impressed by that. That's why he said, be careful of the long robes and the tall hats. See what
They
I'm
were
saying? And the
acting,
golden scepters and all of these different things. Because these people worship me with their lips, but their hearts are very far from me. Beware of these folks. So yeah, go ahead, Brother Bola.
These dudes are actors. That's what these dudes are.
Exactly.
These dudes are actors. And what you have to understand is, even calling God Christ master was disrespectful because they didn't mean it. They thought that, when they came to him and said, "Hey, master, please," that kind of sort of threw him off of what he knew them to be, vipers. It didn't. So this right here is a calling to the sheep. Watch your shepherds.
Yeah.
This is a calling to the sheep, because when you read it, when you read what Brother Clarence just read, listen to what he said. You know what I'm saying? You got listen, beware of the scribes. He's telling you this is what he's saying. Beware of the scribes which desire to walk in long robes and love greetings in the markets. They love you, they kiss you. Long greetings. Hey, how you doing? Same as these damn politicians do every 4 years. But as soon as they get your, they go right back into their high mountain and you don't hear from them. But when it's time, they go around, right? The Hillary Clinton's having hot sauce in their pocket, and the the Biden's talking about it. You ain't black if you don't vote for me. All these dudes cater to the people when it's time for them to get their vote, which means nothing, but that's a different story. And the highest seats in the synagogues and the chief room at feasts, they sit in the high places because that's the power that they want, which devour widows' houses. And for sure, make long prayers. These dudes got the longest conversations, the longest. You sit there, it brings tears to your eyes. But listen to what it says: the same shall receive greater damnation.
Yikes.
Just walk straight into the fire. Just walk into the fire.
And then you have that scripture. You have that scripture that talks about where it says, well, everybody that says, Lord, Lord, you see what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to inherit the kingdom of God just because you spoke in tongues. Oh, didn't I speak in tongues? Didn't I repent on time, Lord? Didn't I do this? Didn't I serve in the church? Didn't I pass out the coffee cakes? Wasn't I a good usher, Lord? And he's going to say, depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I knew you not. Even in the midst of all of that acting that you were doing, I don't know you. That's a harsh word, but that's the word.
You got to understand that, this is a two-way street. This is a two-way street. And, it's hard. And I'll give you a quick example. Like in marriage, your job as a husband, first, before I'm a husband, before I'm a father, I'm a man of God. That's what I am. Some men are not going to be husbands. It just is what it is, but it doesn't stop me from being a man of God. So when I do what I'm supposed to do as a husband and as a father, it is because I'm a man of God that persuades me to do what I'm doing, not because my wife is doing what she's supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to do what I do regardless of whether she does what she's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And vice versa. My woman is supposed to continue being who she is in Christ, regardless of whether I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. 1 Peter 3:1 tells you that. It's not predicated on what I do. No, it's not. At the end of the day, if Vaughn, as my brother, disrespects me, that's not going to change my trajectory and who I am as a brother. Now, will I, kind of distance myself from him? Absolutely. It's not going to change my core and who I am. I'm going to continue the bolo that God made me. And that's what we have to understand, that this is about the connection that Bro C said, about the connection that you have with the Father. It's personal. The relationship you have. Period.
Yeah, that was a good point he brought up. Very good point.
So I can't lock in. So because Bro C dealt with me wrongly, that kept me from being a brother. Look, I'm like, where do you get that from? Because he's gonna say, well, you dealt with Christ wrongly, and he still did what he did. So explain to me how that happens when you're supposed to take him as an example. It doesn't change.
Well, brothers, I see, and I see so much of the game, and when you really get into it, you'll see it play out in our daily lives, right? We see, like, when you first start reading some of these scriptures, man, you really can't see it playing out in real life. But then when you out here and you see stuff long enough, you start seeing it, man, you're like, whoa, that's just like that scripture. That's just like that. That's just like that happened, right? And so what I wanted to do, man, is I wanted to talk about, because we were talking about these sovereign citizens and
I was just getting ready to say that, listen,
and
according to what we just read, right, that you have, this is not a new thing, Brother Clarence.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But, we got to watch out. And then at the last point, he said, hey, watch out for these type of dudes, right? They're going to sound good. They're going to look good. They're going to sound good. They're going to look good.
Yeah.
They're going to have these long robes, and you're going to think, wow, that's really a priest, right? That's really a man of God. We should be listening to him. And all the while, he might be doing all kind of different stuff while he, I'm behind that robe, right? Or whatever, right? Yeah. Same thing with in the mosque, right? Imam, me, Imam, yeah, Imam, right? And then, he might be doing that. So you got to thoroughly vet people all the way around. Even in your spiritual life, you got to vet people, right? But brothers, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to start wrapping up. We're going to start wrapping up, y'all. Quick break. Y'all know about that Patty Austin. Y'all know about that Patty Austin.
Yo, how's Rico doing?
Wait for the song, Polo. Wait for the song.
It was only yesterday that I was down. The world was looking cold and lonely. Had a face so long it almost touched the ground. A tear was in my eye. I just wanted to cry. But you came and said to me, don't look so sad. A smile can make a whole lot happen. And I realized I needed you so bad. It was only yesterday, but I knew right away. Got me dreaming. Each time I hear you say you care, I'm sighing, crying, cause you brought something special to my life.
Man, you taking us way back, huh? Little Patty Austin.
Man.
Wow.
We gotta start getting it to where the groove is, you know what I mean? Get the people grooving again, man. Getting in a good place.
What happened, brother? Did you freeze?
Who, me? Or Bolo?
Yeah, I thought you froze for a second. Maybe it was me.
No. It's
Why
probably
you be
Bolo.
calling? Well, I didn't even say nothing. Why are you putting me involved in this conversation?
Gentlemen, we just have reading the scripture. Come on.
Bolo TV in the village. What's happening? What's happening? No, Lyric, that wasn't me snoring, Lyric. That wasn't me snoring.
Clarence loves hitting below the belt, right? Man, come on.
Oh man. Y'all know, man. Y'all know how I am, man. Oh man. All right, y'all. We got to start wrapping up, man, because I know Bolo, you got a show tonight?
No, man, it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, yes, right. Okay.
That's Wednesday, man. I'm getting old, brother. I can't be going on this late.
I know. You always,
in the middle of the week.
You always trying to pull somebody out of the fire. I know you. So I don't know what you had something going on today. All right.
Oh, God, tomorrow morning we'll be
tomorrow
on.
Morning. Okay. And tomorrow evening, right?
Tomorrow morning and tomorrow evening. Correct, sir.
Okay, I'll catch the evening.
I'll be looking for your text. I'll be looking for your text in the middle of the show.
You definitely gonna get it tomorrow evening for sure. If I wake up early enough, I might give you one in the morning too. All right, y'all. Well, let's see, man.
Don't do that, brother. I'll call you in the morning.
No.
Okay,
I would definitely text you in the evening.
Thank you, sir. I thought you would concede on that one because the last time I called you.
Vaughn, that's what you need, man. When you want to make something happen, gotta have mutual respect, man. You gotta have mutual respect. Man.
The man kept texting me, Vaughn. He kept texting me. I said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call you while you sleeping. Go ahead, Bolo. Go ahead. You know how Vaughn, you know how brother Clarence is. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Bolo.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, do it.
I called him Saturday morning, and all you is, hello. I said, hey, brother, how are you? Huh? Bolo.
I think what was it, 6 o'clock in the morning or something?
I had to figure out where he was.
You still want to smoke?
Yeah, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning our time, right? I was like, what's this dude? And he goes, hey, Clarence, how you doing? What's going on? Hey, what? Oh, yeah, man, we've been up for hours. I'm like, man, you better get out of here. Go home.
Wow.
I'm sorry, man. I'll catch you tomorrow, man. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right when he get on the roll, right when he get on the roll, I'll get him. Right when
he said, I don't want that smoke, Vaughn. He said, no, I don't want that smoke. Early is too much. Let's just stick to the regular fighting. Let me just text you. And you
You know how Muhammad Ali used to win all his fights? Because he would wait until the dude breathed in and didn't hit him, right? So I'm gonna just wait until he get on the roll, man. I'm gonna wait until he get on the roll again. I'm gonna get him.
Hey,
what you don't understand?
Brian, if you want Brother Clarence to stop messing with you, call him early in the morning. That's his
early.
That is a good plan. That is a good plan. Okay. I will leave you alone.
He's figured out the key now. He knows the key.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it'll work. Sometimes it'll work. Sometimes you got to do it now because it's wintertime. When it gets summer, man, and I'm cool, I might be up that time, man.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying? I might be up, man, lifting weights or something, man. So trying to get back into it. I'm just old, Vaughn, elderly. I'm old. Right? Still lift weights. Right.
Hey, you know, like I say, just keep living. Keep living.
Listen,
keep living.
He gonna talk himself into a 6 o'clock in the morning phone call. You know what I'm saying? See? He gonna talk himself into a 6 o'clock in the morning phone call.
And thank you guys, man, for entertaining a old buzzer like me. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all. You know, sometimes I like to bounce ideas and things off of people, man. So I appreciate y'all being good sports about that, man. Appreciate y'all, man. And that reading, man, was good for me. I hope it was good for y'all. I hope it was good for everybody out there, man.
I love reading the word, man.
Whoever caught it on the replay, whoever catch it on the replay, hope we do something for you, man. If you have a question about anything that we read or anything, go on over to see Bolo TV, man. Go check him out, man. He always is reading some kind of scripture or something. If we can get him to stop singing. That's the thing, man. Stop singing on
why you want the brother to stop singing? The Bible said make a joyful noise.
You act like
That's
I
what I'm
just
talking
I
about,
saw
Ball. The
it.
joyful
you want it?
noise.
Why
Not
you
like
trying to
you
take
got your
singing
leg
away?
caught in the sling or something, right? You
Brother,
got
you
one of them
acting
joyful
like
How
noise.
about, brother? Wow. Just
Dan,
be
shots
brutally honest,
fired,
huh?
son. Yo, brother Clarence,
Yes,
shots
sir.
fired.
Yes, sir. What?
Yeah, I'm telling you,
Shots
right?
fired.
Oh
My
no, you
man
know
is
what?
attacked.
No, I'm gonna be
I've
cool.
done nothing.
I'm gonna be cool because this brother, man, I love him so much. I'm gonna let him sing a song on the next. I'm gonna let him do that, right? But don't get it twisted. I'm still coming at you with this algebra, this trigonometry, whatever it is, and then
Okay.
maybe some philosophy.
No doubt.
No doubt. We
Get some
coming.
quantum, sir. You know what I'm saying?
We might even read some physics into
brother
it.
Bolo,
Yes.
what are you going to be doing? You going to be doing an A and B selection? Or what are we
Brother,
talking
listen, man. I'm gonna be doing all. Listen, what this brother don't understand is, and I'm gonna help him because you know I'm about helping people. I'm gonna give him some help. That I'm all world, man. You know what I'm saying? So I know how you coming. You know, you don't even understand. I got quantum physics books. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at all these philosophies. I'm about to go listen to Plato tonight while I sleep.
See? That's right. Do the work. Do the work.
You know what I'm saying?
Bolo.
So you know.
Okay.
You keep attacking me, brother. I'm just here. Have you shined the belt?
What?
Have you shined my belt, brother? You can't hear.
Things ain't working, man. We ain't working too good.
It's kind of funny how your headphones work the whole show, but it's not working
that
now.
selective hearing. That's that selective hearing.
headphone breaking.
Right there.
Hey, really. I do need to talk to you, man. Could you have a few minutes? You have a few minutes?
Absolutely. You want me to stay on after?
Okay. Hang tight. Give me your closing remarks. You and Vaughn, hang tight for a minute, and I'll hurry up and close out, and then because I got something I want to talk to you about real quick, man. I ain't gonna hold you up.
Oh, well, I'll say quickly, you know, just be mindful of who you let into your spirit and who you let into your circle. You know, understand that we are brothers and sisters. Understand that we are nothing outside of Christ, but everything in him. You know, and we have to make him our exclamation point opposed to him being our question mark. And know that as brothers and sisters, we are going to have disagreements. We are going to have arguments. This is what brothers and sisters do. But it should not shake the foundation of our love one towards another.
All right, right on. Okay, Bolo, hold on, man. I'm gonna pull you down. Hang tight. All right, that's Bolo TV. Brother Vaughn.
Yes, sir. Well, listen, man. Once again, another good show. A great content, great topic today. You know, it brought a lot of awareness to a subject that some of us just weren't apprised of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so you know, you could have brought a certain awareness to other people that had no idea. You know,
hopefully,
that people,
man.
yeah, that people say that they're traveling instead of driving. So, you know,
that's a good one.
but at least we know that this mentality exists. So when we hear it or it's brought up again, you know, we'll be familiar. We'll be able to give an answer. You know, for those of us who watch this stream. But thanks again, man. You know, I appreciate the scripture reading as always, and you're doing a great job, man. Doing a great job.
Man. We trying, man. We trying, man. We just want to, you know, help one person at a time. Help one person if we can, man. So Vaughn, don't go away. Hold on, hold tight. Okay, I'm gonna pull you down. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. All right. That was Vaughn Bryant. You know what? I started reading scripture with them brothers, and I said, man, these are wrong brothers to be reading scriptures and be trying to rush through it, right? I was like, I picked the wrong two brothers to try to read some scripture and be like, hey, we can get this done in 5 minutes. No. Shout out to Bolo, shout out to Vaughn, man. All right, y'all. I gotta do it quick because I got Bolo backstage, man, and Vaughn backstage. So I gotta what do y'all think, man? Let's well, first of all, what do y'all think about the show? Did we do okay? Hopefully, man, some of y'all got something out of it, man. Just trying to let y'all know, man, it's sovereign citizenship. I don't have anything against the sovereign citizens. I don't have any. If that's what you believe and practice, I don't have anything against it. I'm just saying I don't see it as a as a good tool to go into a courtroom and defend yourself by saying you're a sovereign citizen and not taking a lawyer's help. To me, I haven't seen that work too good for anybody. So that's the part of it, the sovereign citizenship I'm talking about. I don't know how it would work in a civil case or any other type of situation. So that's all I'm talking about. And you know, that's the thing. So anyway, I just don't want people to get all fired up like, oh, I'm gonna be a sovereign citizen. I'm gonna be able to go out here and break all these laws and they ain't gonna apply to me. Right? No, don't get it twisted. That's not how it's gonna go. It's not how it's gonna go. All right, y'all. Let's do the rundown real quick. Let me find it real quick here. Let's do the rundown. Okay, here's the rundown. Okay. Excuse me. First of all, the chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Y'all take care of business out there. Everybody, you know, from Sister Enion all the way up to Risa, everybody in the chat, man. It's a pleasure to have all of y'all here, man. Thank y'all for hanging out with us. Appreciate y'all. All right, the chat is where it's at. Shout out to y'all. Y'all reputation precedes y'all. That's why we do not get that riffraff coming over here, man. That's what they say. The farmers were trifling. All right, Sister Eddie, you should have came up here. These two knuckleheads was gonna make me take a long time. Anyway, I'm a knucklehead. I'm gonna take a long time by myself. And then these two gonna make me take a long time too. But anyway, shout out to the chat. Chat's where it's at. Very strong performance from the chat, as always. No bots, no riffraff, no nothing. Shout out to everybody in the chat, and special thanks to our resident sniper, Arisa Neal, who is going, man, if you keep on playing, man, poof, you're going to be out of here like Puff the Magic Dragon, right? You're going to be gone. Shout out to Arisa. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Thank y'all for standing by. But what about everybody on the stage? What about everybody who came up on the stage today? What about Jay Takashi? Jay Takashi came up here for a minute. He said, man, I got to leave these old dudes alone, right? But shout out to Jay Takashi, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, get on over there and subscribe to Jay Takashi, man. Check him out, man. But Jay Takashi came up, man. Got off a little something. Shout out to Jay. Always strong. Very strong performance as always. Very strong. Very solid. Very solid. What about Von Bryant? Right? Came in. He said, man, hey, he said, Clarence, you ain't even sent me you ain't sent no links. I was like, oh, man. I forgot. Right? Talking to Rico, I forgot, man. Rico was like, right? I have to be able to tell Rico all the time, Rico, you do not have to yell, brother. I can hear you, man. You were yells to the phone. But that was my fault, man. I got caught up talking to Rico and forgot to send the links out. But got Vaughn through, right? What do you think about Vaughn's performance today? Very solid as always. Very strong. Bring them scriptures out, man. Vaughn be like, whoa, man. Vaughn pop up, right? Shout out to Von Bryant, man. Very solid performance. Very strong, as always, from Von Bryant. What about Bolo TV? If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, what are you doing? Get over there and subscribe to Bolo TV right now. Or maybe you just want to go over there and hear a word. You know, one thing I got to give Bolo. He don't read these scriptures all crazy like I do, right? they read them like they got sense over there, right? they don't read them all crazy like me. So if you really want a better understanding, go on over there and check it out, man. Check it out. I'm not telling you what the religion will be or nothing, man. Just go on over there and hear some truth, man, and see if you can use it in your life. Take from everybody, man. Anybody who got something on the table and you can use it in your life, take it. Take it. You don't have to do what everybody's doing, but you can take what they got to give you and use it for your life to make it better, right? There's nothing wrong with that. All right, y'all. Let's see. That was Bolo TV. What do y'all think about Bolo's performance today? Very solid as always. Very solid. Very strong as always. Yeah, very solid as always. Very solid. All right, y'all. That is it for today. I guess we're gonna come back on. We'll be back on Thursday. Today is Tuesday, right? Yeah, we'll be back on Thursday, right? We'll see what we do. We try to teach the people something. But we'll be back. I got these guys waiting backstage, so I got to get out of here today. No, going on and on tonight. So anyway, I will see y'all on Thursday. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us for the whole 4 hours. We appreciate you, and we'll see you on Thursday. Thanks.